Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of June 12th, 2019 of the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Floyd's going to do the honors tonight.
Great. Ms. Floyd, could we please have a roll call?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Omar Soho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres, present. Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum is present.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session. We will be discussing the items listed in the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30. The board is now in recess. Thank you. So we are ready to reconvene to public session. If we could have board members take a seat so that we can begin. Ooh, there I am with my eye. All right. So, Ms. Floyd, could we have a second roll call, please?
Yes, on the attendance roll call, Student Director Omar Soho, Student Director Chavez,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres, present. Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, Vice President London, here. President Ng.
Here.
Quorum is present.
Thank you. So I just would like to report there was no reportable action taken in closed session today. So we will move on to our agenda. I am recovering from a couple detached retinas, so I am a little slower today with my eye patch, so please bear with me, but hopefully we'll move today's meeting along. So item H, found on page 7, is reviewing our oath of office and meeting norms for the board. The oath of office is printed below. The meeting norms are honoring the time, acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views, valuing this as a learning opportunity, celebrate successes in each other's contributions, presuming positive intent, and no personal attacks. So today we actually have 3 special orders of the day. We are going to start with a wonderful tribute to our student board director, Josue Chavez Villegas, who we've had the opportunity to work alongside this past year. So let's start with the motion. Is there a motion to adopt item 19-1089? It's been moved by Director Hinton Hodge and seconded by Director Torres. Yes, so I was actually going to ask Vice President London if she could read the resolution for us, and then we'll have some remarks and take some photos and get to celebrate your term with us on the board.
Whereas Student Director Josue Chavez Villegas is a sophomore at Life Academy and at 15 years old took on the critical job of serving as student director on the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education, representing 36,000 students. And whereas Director Chavez Villegas is passionate about health access and health promotion and has been one of the primary All-City Council youth leaders in the initiative to bring student voice to the revisions of the district's physical education policy. And whereas Director Chavez Villegas has served on the Youth Action Board of the Hope Collaborative, a community collaborative organization working to support community-driven environmental changes which will reduce health inequities. And whereas Director Chavez Villegas served as an active member of the Student Nutrition Advisory Council in 2017-18, where he helped lift student priorities to improve students' experiences with school food, collaborated with California's School-Based Health Alliance, District Nutrition Services, and District's Health and Wellness Unit. And whereas Director Chavez Villegas takes great pride in having been an elected student leader of color in the district and believe that Oakland has allowed him to be a person affecting positive change for all people. And whereas Director Chavez Villegas will leave his position as student director on the Board of Education of the Oakland Unified School District on June 30, 2019, Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Oakland Unified School District thanks Director Chavez Villegas for his dedicated service to the students, staff, and families of Oakland, commends him for his passion and commitment with which he gave a powerful voice to the 36,000 students of the district, and wishes him well in all of his future endeavors. And I would say, because you will still be a student with us for 2 more years, I hope that you will continue to engage with us, both in this boardroom and ideally offline, so we can really work with you more deeply. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Vice President London. Let's take comments by board members before we move on. Director Harris, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, just wanted to say I'll miss you. My favorite memory is, without being too specific, sometimes we go off message up here and are struggling to say things that make sense. And I can always count on you to, to be cracking up laughing over there when we do that. So no, I just appreciate the smile, the sense of humor. In addition to that, the commitment you've shown to the work. I was really super impressed, as I said, when the ACC came and presented the body of work. Just knowing that you were a part of that, leading that effort, I think has just really just set a new standard. So I'm just excited to see about the leadership going forward. But it's the smile I'll remember, and always just kind of taking it as it comes and keeping things light up here. So I appreciate you, man. I'm going to miss you. And stay in touch, man. Stay in touch. I know it's tough to maybe come back to a board meeting after this kind of experience, but you know, maybe drop by and just at least let us know. Come back and let us know what school you decide on when you make that choice, man. All right. So, but thank you. We'll miss you, man.
Other board member comments?
Yes.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Thank you for the smile. I appreciate that. So it's interesting. I just got booed. And so I want to actually thank you and appreciate you, because I feel like of all the students at times when there has been struggle and I've had to own up to places where I wasn't doing my best work, you were actually someone that actually stayed in relationship with me, and I feel like demonstrated like what it takes to be someone in a restorative relationship with someone. And I hope that we'll grow and build it, because I don't think that we even went that deep. But I appreciate you showing up for me in particular, but also for your student, you know, representing your students. And I would say and agree with Director Harris, I don't think that we've ever had leadership push in the particular kind of way that you were able to do, and represent and really kind of challenge how we've always done things. And also like sometimes really slowing things down to make sure that there was being translated for young people, that it made sense to you. Like, you weren't this person that was going to just sit there and be like, oh, okay, got it. You know, you asked questions, you pushed, you made sure that things were clear, one for you, but also for your community that you represent. So I just really appreciate the level of integrity that you've shown in this space. And have enjoyed being in leadership with you. So thank you for your work, and look forward to the next couple of years of your work.
Director Torres.
So I definitely feel like, as always, there's a transformation from the beginning of the school year to the end. And I do think that the highlight for me was when we had one of our many tumultuous times that we're making decisions that students were not happy with. And one, I think being such an engaged student so young, with all the challenges of being in Oakland, being in Oakland schools, being in the city of Oakland that's changing so drastically and not in ways we all like. It's not why I wanted to raise my daughter here, as far as some of the late gentrification, but nonetheless, when we were in Circle and had a restorative practice here with some very angry students, I really thought your ability to listen, to give us your full attention, but also to share some intimate things about yourself, was when, you know, I got to know you better, right? Because up here we're talking about a bunch of things, but we're not talking about personal things that we're going through in school today. And you bring a broad perspective of students you represent through all city council and through this district, 36,000. But that was the time we got to really know you a little better, and you didn't have to go there, and you did. And it was very, very touching for me that you trusted us with such important information, which allowed me to just deepen my respect for you. And I'm happy that I got to serve with you. I'm happy I got to serve with you. Good luck.
Superintendent Johnson Schmel, you want to share some remarks?
Well, first, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for serving. It's a huge commitment, just the number of hours. You're present every meeting, reading through the agenda, asking questions, making sure that you have a sense of what's going on. Thank you for standing in your truth. Thank you for being unapologetically who you are, just representing your true identity. For really, as a collective, you both really having a model and vision forward for the students coming behind you around what students can do when they're working together in terms of the work you guys are able to do, particularly around restorative justice. So we're deeply proud of you. Thank you for being a public servant, and we wish you the best, and we know that we'll still be in touch.
Yeah, thank you. I also just wanted to add my appreciation. Josue, it's such a joy to be able to serve alongside you. You are absolutely a young man of high integrity and have so much commitment towards serving the students. I very much appreciated the way you represented the student voice and also your own experiences and your own identity. I think that brings a level of authenticity to the work that I really appreciated. And I also appreciated just your calm demeanor and ability to, we had some really tough times this year, but through that, the kind of the human nature of us being able to relate and to really try to better understand different perspectives. And so we do hope that you keep in touch and let us know how things progress. And we just really want to thank you for your year of service here. Did you want to actually let's take photos first, and then we will. So we're presenting you. We have some cards and. Let's do public comment after. Let's go down after. Yeah. Okay. Well, is there any public comment?
Yes, we have two
Ms. Floyd?
speakers.
Okay, we can take public comment now then.
Angelica Honko and Ben Visnick.
Okay. Is there public comment on the student? Okay.
Ben Visnick, I too want to recognize student school board member. And the reason I came up is because you mentioned you were really interested in physical education as a way to engage more students who might be not as engaged academically. And I just want to say that as a substitute teacher, I substituted at 5 different schools as a PE teacher this year. 3 middle schools, Brewer, Roosevelt, and UPA, and Manzanita and Garfield. One of the things I noticed, because when you're a substitute, you're really a consultant. You see things very clearly as a substitute teacher. And we need to improve the amount of equipment we have for our PE teachers and students. We need to make sure when a PE teacher is absent, there's a qualified substitute who maybe is, interested in physical education and is not taking the job just because it's a job. So I believe that the OEA is trying to work with the A's to get them to fund repairs to our fields, and so I'm really glad that that's a issue that you've taken on. So you can contact the OEA because we too believe that physical education keeps students in schools and leads to a better future. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angelica Honko. I'm with Public Advocates, and I'm also a parent in the district. I just really want to appreciate your leadership was in this really such a tough year, and I was always so impressed. Sometimes I wasn't even here, and I could see that you and Yoda were here and really taking seriously your role representing students, student voice, and that you really spoke up for the needs of the students in your communities, in our communities, in a way, and held that space so bravely, and at times, just really difficult times. It's really hard to put yourself up there, and I just really want to appreciate that. It's so critical, and I really support y'all in your push to get a full vote on this board, and I hope that future board members will have that opportunity, and also that young people across our city will have the opportunity in coming years to vote for our school board members too before the age of 18. So I just want to really appreciate your leadership, and good luck to you, and I look forward to seeing the other things you're doing and for you to continue to be a leader in our community.
Great. So at this time, we're going to present Josue, or Director Chavez, with the resolution, and we'll take some photos as well. All these requests. Okay. 2, 3. One more. This time I wanted to ask Director Chavez Villegas if he wanted to share any remarks with us.
Yeah, of course. And first of all, I want to thank the people that I have in mind who have actually given me the opportunity to serve here as a student director, the peers that actually voted for me to actually represent them. And I highly thank them for the opportunities that have definitely allowed me to be the person who I am today, and all that kind of good stuff. And so definitely one of those things that I kind of realized while doing this work was definitely the amount of power that we as students hold, and definitely the power that we get within one another, the capabilities that we all have, and how we drive one another just by basically having the connections that allow us to continue the work, even though if it costs us like a lot, and we have to make a lot of sacrifices that we just have to sometimes give up on. What I mean by that, by giving up, is like by not letting the public know this is what we did to stand up here, this is what we did to fully show ourselves up here. And throughout that process, I realized that the student will definitely not have any power at all if they don't believe that they have the power sufficient to carry this kind of work. And that has definitely made me believe, and also encourage others, and also the next student director that will be replacing one of these seats, to definitely take advantage of these positions that are available to the students to definitely carry out the needs and the wants that we all need at these current times. So I definitely want to thank everyone, and it's definitely been a very, very wild adventure with you all, and I definitely look forward to have a plan the next couple of years to definitely get what the students deserve. Yeah.
So I think we need to take a formal vote on this since it's a resolution. So, Ms. Floyd, could we have a roll call, or is that Mr.? This is Ms. Floyd. Ms. Floyd, can we have a roll call, please? On this
Yes,
item?
Student Director Chavez,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres, Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Congratulations again, and thank you again for all your work and for coming in the beginning of your summer to be able to continue your service on the dais. All right, so we are moving on to item I2. So this is a presentation on the 2019-2020 Local Control Accountability Plan and Budget. This was originally scheduled as a public hearing for tonight with our budget, but has been rescheduled for a formal public hearing and renoticed for the LCAP plan and budget on June 24th at 6 p.m. That will be a special meeting on Monday, June 24th. But we are going to be able to have a presentation on the LCAP, and as well as recommendations from our Parent-Student Advisory Committee related to the LCAP as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Sandra Aguilera, our Chief Academic Officer, to present this item.
Good evening, everyone. Community at home watching, community that's here. Student Board Director Chavez Villegas, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, Board Directors. We are here this evening to present the LCAP, and again, it's a public presentation this evening. In terms of our outcomes for this evening, we are going to present the work of the LCAP committees and understand their recommendations. We have our PSAC here this evening to provide their input on the LCAP. We also will go through the outcomes from 2018-19 and see that in a different way than we have in the past. We'll be doing this review through our targeted student groups. We'll understand the 2019-20 actions and services, understand the targeted strategies for our targeted student groups, and understand the changes from 2018 to 2019. So with that, we'll begin with the recommendations from the LCAP Parent and Student Advisory Committee, also known as our PSAC.
Good evening. My name is Alan Purcell, and I'm a first-year member of the Parent Student Advisory Committee for the OUC LCAP. And just to go over our process, the Parent Student Advisory Committee is grounded in the diversity of our experiences. The LCAP PSAC is a representative body, and the members are elected by our SSC, School Site Council peers. In order to be on the PSAC, you have to be on the School Site Council at your school. Our committees are member-led, setting our own agendas based on a shared vision. The LCAP PSAC sets a vision for each year, and we are committed to confronting the challenges through inquiry with key stakeholders and the district, asking for specific data to identify and address needs. We deliberate with each other and other groups, and we come up with solutions based on consensus.
Hello, I have the distinct pleasure of summing up our process, which was quite more intense than in past years. We had, the committees as a whole had 40 district-wide public meetings this year. That's up from 31 last year because of more subgroup work and also more need to respond to situations. So there were 40 district-wide public meetings of 4 advisory committees, which are listed. One, the Parent and Student Advisory Committee, the District English Language Learners Subcommittee of PSAC, the Foster Youth Advisory Committee, and the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. Purpose, to give feedback about LCAP outcomes, actions, and investments. We have powerful support from community partner organizations, and that's described in our engagement narrative. Without them, a lot of the things we generate would not be possible, like data displays and all other kinds of support and research that they do. We had 35 cross-stakeholder planning meetings. That means that there's staff, there's parents, there's community members, all planning for these meetings. And last year we had 26. And that this really speaks to the fact that this has become, of all the LCAP years, the most member-led year. Everything that happened was because officers met and they charted a direction for the work alongside staff and community partners from 26 to 35. They were meeting almost weekly sometimes. And we had 4 working group meetings with our community partner organizations that were separate. So that sums up like the bulk of the work.
Good evening. I'd like to present the engagement process that we had this year, which was very informative. And within the several bullet points within the engagement process, I'd also like to highlight that the district staff within our meetings as partners in the study was very important, and we were able to accomplish a lot between the two of us, giving information for everyone. And the strong integration of the several other committees, the Foster Youth Advisory Committee and the Community Advisory Committee, and giving data from them so that we could present to the district and the board. We were able to get a lot accomplished this particular year.
My name is Raquel Johnson, and I'm going to talk about the general recommendations for the LCAP itself, which is actually listed right above. Today, we are reviewing the LCAP PSAC general recommendations in detail because they would improve our ability to advise and increase the LCAP's overall impact. Some of these recommendations were presented in past years, and then you will also see that in the slides, the LCAP PSAC also submitted specific recommendations under each goal that we will summarize later on in this presentation. We also look forward to your discussion of these specific recommendations. So the next slide talks about, we want to thank also the staff from the research, assessment, and data, especially Ms. Juan Du, for helping us to pull together the data that we studied this year. Next year, we will review this data for 6 student groups, and those student groups are students with IEPs, African American students, Pacific Islander students, unhoused students, English language learners, and our foster students. And again, this is the support for the focal student groups. And this one just talks about how we need to provide multiple years of ranked school-based data to really look at each individual group, but also understand that our students just don't come as individuals. They do come in multiple dimensionals, which means that they may be an African American student, a unhoused student, and that student may also have an IEP. And then the last slide on this is for the general focus student groups. Above, D, students with disabilities are in our LCAP focus group. We will not be able to analyze the effectiveness of strategies with the current approach. We also need to once more include the list of special ed staff that used to be included within the LCAP. The list was removed from the LCAP this year, and so again, we're asking that that information be provided back in because these services are essential to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. So sorry about that. I'll go ahead and okay, so this is what I'll do. We'll go ahead and do the second, which is our budget transparency. This one talks about account for all actions, services, positions, and dollars used to support the goals, specific groups, and targeted outcome identified in the LCAP. An example of this will be Title III supports targeted actions for English language learners, just like S&C, but Title I does what S&C does for low-income students and other student groups. So we still don't understand why the use of these dollars are not fully outlined within our LCAP under each goal. So we're asking for that in regards to our budget transparency. The next slide Also talks about the LCAP should include as much of the budget as possible to provide context for strategic actions and for the community to understand the base program offered to all students in support of the 6 district goals and the 8 state priorities. The LCAP guides our budget and serves all of our students. However, the scope of our LCAP diminishes each year. So next year, our committee, we like to compare our practices with those of comparable school districts. So again, we're looking for budget transparency and more data. And then our third LCAP process, which is Diana.
Good evening, Diana Casanova, District 2. So I'm going to be moving along, speaking a bit more about general recommendations. Moving on to the process, we want to request that the LCAP PSAC receives a full draft of the LCAP by May 1st of every school year to ensure we have adequate time to study and provide meaningful feedback. We would also like to request an accurate portrayal in January of each year of all district budget information for the subsequent budget cycle, and any changes that would substantially reduce, increase, or change current actions and investments in the LCAP for the following year must be directly communicated to the LCAP PSAC in time for us to discuss it at our December meeting, or in time for the committee to hold a special January meeting. And then the LCAP must be able to review such changes before the school board reviews them so that the PSAC's feedback can be included in the decision-making process. As in December of 2017 and January 2018 engagements about central services and investments, we want to continue to support strong multi-stakeholder teams that can help align the budgeting process with the LCAP PSAC engagement. So annual surveys about central services should continue as part of the planning and budgeting process with school site councils and other stakeholders. We feel strongly that this kind of collaboration would make sure that all stakeholders are fully informed and engaged. We've done this before and we can do it again. And we'd also like to consult with teachers, students, and families and other staff before making decisions about which foundational data points to track and which indicators to monitor in the LCAP. We want to ensure that all data is accessible and easy to understand. And which also means providing tools for year-to-year comparisons of LCAP as part of the annual review process for advisory committees to give feedback for LCAP development and before adoption. It is difficult to understand and track the changes across the year. And so as our LCAP substantially changes year to year, we need to easily see and understand those changes. And so finding a way to do that year-to-year comparison would be important for us. And our last general recommendation for the LCAP is to clarify throughout the document how the central office selects schools for implementing particular central strategies and assigning related resources. And then under each goal area, include school site investments, in particular actions and services. School sites are the main LCAP implementers. And only by understanding what school sites are doing can we learn what is effective and analyze patterns across school. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mona Lisa. I'm representing District 4. I live in District 5. And if you look at this slide, you can read the slide for our goals. We want to call your attention to the fact that recommendation 2 has already begun. Central office staff is in support of this study within PSAC and the DELS. And please note that there are committees' priority recommendations. There are additional recommendations under all goal areas in the original document.
Hello, my name is Michelle Campbell Mateo, a proud District 2 parent of a Ojai high school student. I'm here to share priority recommendations for Goal 1, which is graduates are college and career ready. The LCAP and PSAC adopted priority recommendations about the need to, 1, describe and analyze in the LCAP an extended school year provided to students with IEPs. Number 2, link middle school to pathway programs. This was also a recommendation from the 2018-19 LCAP. And number 3, to increase and monitor access to summer learning, in particular for targeted groups. This was also a recommendation for the 2018-19 LCAP. Thank you.
Priority recommendations for Goal 2, that students are proficient in state academic standards. Monitor teacher retention as a comprehensive report showing baselines, the yield of pipeline programs, retention rates in schools, and data on equity, vacancies, and teachers on emergency credentials. Explain how the increase in teacher compensation will specifically benefit the focal student groups. Ensure universal testing accommodation for students with IEPs. Provide base curriculum materials to all special education programs. And 5, provide an academic support team to 100% of unhoused students.
Priority recommendations for Goal 3. While there were and continue to be specific concerns around special education, we feel there was progress in lifting up these concerns and working towards solutions. We also feel the need to highlight the need for action for students who are multi-years below grade level in reading and analyzing the impact that that has. We want to continue to track within the LCAP access to reading curriculums and assessments by special education programs and classrooms, and designate targeted groups of special education teachers to receive reading curriculum and related training, starting with wider initiatives.
Good evening, Cesar Escalante. Goal 4, provide basic training at all school sites for families of ELs, students, and topics. Format and participants describe in detail. Report on the reclassification for ELs with IEPs with LCAP. Require that the dual language schools provide opportunity for all students with IEPs to fully participate in the program. Monitor that all ELs with IEPs are receiving instructions for language development with accommodations and modifications. I just want to add that we work really hard on long hours to come up with the recommendations, and please hear us. One way that you can show us that you are hearing us is when you put these recommendations into actions. Because if you say you're hearing us, but we don't say any results, for us, you're not hearing us, really. And then I'm just speaking from a parent perspective. It's just so hard as a parent just for us to stand here and just to talk to you. It's just like, I don't understand why it has to be so hard. Just to be here and make that presentations, it takes a village. And the bottom line for us is to provide the best services for students and families. Parents that you see here, you have parents who are working in the policy industry, educators, parents with a lot of experience, even parents who have run for board members. So do not overestimate, please, the support that we're trying to provide to the systems. The bottom line, again, for us is to provide the best services for students and families. That's all. We want to harm nobody. All we're trying to do is just to help an unshakable education system that serves everybody equally. And thank you for listening for now.
Good evening. I will be reading priority recommendations for Goal 5. LCAP PSAC adopted priority recommendations about the need to, 1, identify targeted strategies to reduce suspensions for students with IEPs, especially for students of color with IEPs. Maintain the restorative justice coordinators and facilitators. Fully develop and implement a tiered central support plan for school site attendance teams. Explain how ableism will be addressed within professional development about implicit bias, also a recommendation for the 2018-19 LCAP. On another note, African American students with IEPs are 5 times more likely to be suspended than their peers. At some sites, 60% of African American students with IEPs were suspended. This is an urgent area of support for African American students. Generally, we need to understand how racism and ableism intersect for Black students with disabilities. Thank you.
Hello again. So we're going to talk to you about recommendations for Goal 6, which is parents and families are engaged in school activities.
So the LCAP PSAC was not able to prioritize recommendations under Goal 6, yet past recommendations continue to surface about the need to, number 1, increase engagement support for special education families and the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education.
Ensure stability of staffing for the LCAP committees. This is part of a resolution presented to the board members.
3, increase and improve interpretation and translation services.
Number 4, measure impact under family engagement, not just participation.
And number 5, provide targeted support for specific communities, unhoused, long-term English language learners, etc.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa Díaz y como subcomité del Distrito para Aprendices del Lenguaje Inglés ayudó a darle forma a las recomendaciones que se están presentando hoy, después de haber estudiado a las escuelas con las tasas de reclasificación más altas o más mejoradas. El DELS ha recorrido en alguna de esas escuelas durante el año 2019 y 2020 y estas escuelas pueden ser modelo de apoyo que se le puede dar a los aprendices del lenguaje inglés. Y en la junta del 23 de mayo, el DELS escogió como preocupación principal para el 2019-2020 el apoyo a los aprendices de inglés con discapacidades.
The English is in the screen.
I don't want, huh? That's great. My mechanism isn't working.
I can repeat in English very briefly. No lo escucharon, voy a repetirlo en inglés.
No, you
Okay.
don't have to
You're
translate.
good?
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't, in the future,
Okay.
want to not have this
Okay.
working.
También el DELS escogerá de las siguientes escuelas, comenzando con la escuela Bridge. Estas son las escuelas con los mejores resultados en la reclasificación de los últimos 3 años. Escuelas primarias, Acorn, Allendale, Bellavista, Bridge, Cleveland, Compass, Esperanza, Franklin, Global Family, Greenleaf, ICS, Korematsu, Laurel, Lincoln, MLA, New Highland, Pride, Rich, SID, and TCN. Secundarias, CCPA, ACP, UPA, Life y MLA. Preparatorias, CCPA, Life, and Midwest.
Oh, no, no,
So very briefly, I can sum up. So the District English Language Learners Subcommittee studied in-depth outcomes at the school level in reclassification for English language learners. And next year, they're going to do tours of the schools that have the highest reclassification rates or the most improved reclassification rates over the last 3 years. And so she just went over the list of schools, and starting with Bridges, the tours will begin next year. And also at the last meeting, their decision as a body was to focus on outcomes for English language learners with disabilities and IEPs next year because it's extremely low reclass rates.
Hey y'all, Miguel Almodovar, former foster youth. So on Friday, June 7th, y'all received the full text of our recommendations, but the slides were submitted before the June 4th meeting, so we're going to summarize them for you out loud right now. We're presenting recommendations under goals 1, 3, 5, and 6. First, we need to separately track results for the students that remain in OUSD. What happens a lot of the time with youth in care, they're in and out of school districts, and so it's kind of hard to really get an accurate, reading on the situation, on how they're doing and stuff, because there's so much in and out. So we gotta separately track the results for the ones that remain in OUSD, so we can understand how we're serving them all. We gotta track and improve access of foster students to summer learning, after-school programs, and restorative justice circles as well. And our recommendations address specific barriers to their participation that can be easily corrected. We also need to ensure priority access for foster students to schools. Currently, the most successful schools are enrolling the fewest foster students. So take note of that. We also support PSAC's call for LCAP indicators and actions specific to foster students in all the goal areas. And the current LCAP has almost no analysis and very little that is specific to foster students, even in areas where they have the lowest outcomes of any student group. Everyone must plan for foster students, not just foster youth services. So we're trying to, include them in everything. We also like to share that we have been in dialogue with middle school counselors and community students or schools managers to support the high school readiness of middle schools foster students. We developed a proposal for cost teams in collaboration with them. Cool. And these counselors and community schools managers have joined the Foster Youth Advocacy Advisory Group as strong partners and advocates. Finally, we're pleased that you maintain the LCAP Engagement Program Manager. This will protect the momentum that all our work has gained over this time and the impact that we've had as a committee as well.
Thank you. As you transition, I just wanted to say that it's a little hard to hear. I know that there are folks that are here to join, so if you're having conversation, if you take your conversation outside, that would be great. We really want to respect our LCAP PSAC and be able to fully hear all of their recommendations. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Inga Wager, a member of the CAC.
I'm Lisa Raisler. I'm co-chair of the Community Advisory Committee.
I'm Cleo Raisler, and I'm a student member.
So this is the year of greatest integration for the CAC and the LCAP process. The LCAP PSAC 2018-19 focus was instrumental in achieving it. CAC members participated fully in PSAC's study. As previous speakers have noted, PSAC increased its awareness of the needs of students with IEPs and advanced many recommendations to support them. The CAC focused on improving how we all measure and monitor the success of students with disabilities through data and the LCAP. And the CAC presented detailed recommendations on this at a special presentation to the board last week.
So we also made several recommendations in 3 areas. Monitoring in the LCAP process by special education students to basic curriculum materials, mandated inclusion and universal design for all gen ed teachers. I can say as a gen ed teacher myself, that would be really important. As well as a designated 0.5 staff to support SPED engagement and a data analyst for special education. Thank you.
Given the many adversities we've all experienced this year, we feel significant progress has been made on a number of fronts. We've had strong leadership within the LCAP, a parent volunteer group that has allowed for solid deliberation on many issues across the district for each district. And moving forward for the 2019-2020 LCAP, the LCAP PSAC will continue to collaborate with existing committees and with emerging committees, as we do see a need to strengthen the voice of those others, everyone else who has not had a voice up to this point. To learn where the needs are highest and success most evident for the focal student groups and for students with overlapping group experiences. We intend to accomplish more with on-time data delivery, which allows earlier reporting from the LCAP as well. And we look forward to the partnership with the district, the board, schools, parents, families, as everything moves forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So we do have two parts. Those were the recommendations from our PSAC and our subcommittees, and just a huge appreciation to our PSAC. They serve as delegates, and many of them, as you could see, also serve as on the committees. And so they're double duty, doing a lot of meetings to make sure that we are serving our students well. So just a huge appreciation to them.
Pardon me, excuse me, Madam President, and to the staff, are they leaving?
No, they're not leaving.
We're going to have actually a formal recognition of them.
Okay, so they'll talk?
They'll be here for questions, and then also there's a ceremony for them at the end, or a accommodation, I think it's called. Okay, so, excuse me. So actions and services for 2019-2020. So this part of the presentation focuses on two aspects of our LCAP, the 2019-2020 actions and services, and the annual update. The LCAP is not a report about all funding sources. Instead, it focuses on how we use supplemental and concentration funds. In each goal area, we do include other funding sources like grants, so that the complete picture of how we approach each goal area will be achieved. The county has requested we not include all budget sources as we did in the past unless it is part of the specific goal area. So it's just giving you the outline of the LCAP. So for 2019-20, the narrative is organized as the same as 2018-2019. There's evidence of cross-organizational collaboration. Instead, if you remember from the past LCAP versions, it was done department by department, and instead we do the organization by goal area and each department how they are supporting this goal area. So that was a major shift last year, and we're continuing with that focus. Also, we're aligning all district-wide work under specific areas of service and support, and we've also included the feedback from the Alameda County. So the most consistent feedback is about consistency and alignment, not to abruptly switch focus and ensure that departments are aligned. So a reminder of our goal cap areas, we have 6 areas that we'll take you through. The annual update requires we look at data and report out on any changes in terms of our investments. So this is what we're about to go through. So in terms of the areas noted in red are the areas we are receiving differentiated assistance. We create specific strategies to address our areas and need in the LCAP actions and services. So we have extensive data profiles to go through. We'll go through one more extensively and then the others a little bit more quickly because it is a lot of data to go through, but it is very interesting and it is quite insightful in terms of how we're then using data to plan our actions and services. For our data profiles, I just want to highlight that the PSAC encouraged us to look at data through subgroups, and so this is a shift that we have implemented based on their feedback to use the lens and use the approach of looking through our actions and services, not only by goal area, but also by subgroup. So you'll see evidence of that throughout the presentation. For the first part is the data profile on students with IEPs. You'll see both achievement data that we collect locally. You'll also see state level data that is a part of the California dashboard. And you will also see how different grade levels are doing in these areas. So as an example, for every student subgroup, we're providing you information on early literacy, the kinder through 2nd grade, which is an assessment that's done locally called Fontes and Pinal. The DRA and the EDL, we call it EDL, is the Spanish literacy component. So we are administering assessments locally, student by student, in their Spanish reading if they are participating in a dual language program. So 28.1% of students with IEPs are at or above benchmark. This is the spring of 2018. And we are comparing, so we're providing you how the district is doing overall. That's 59.7%. So we are calling out that we have achievement gaps in the various subgroups, and this is our work, and also why we are considered red and orange in many of the subgroup areas. This is the reason why we are under differentiated assistance. And again, you are provided the scholastic reading inventory at 3rd grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade. So the graphs are structured in a way where you can see how all students are doing, and then the one graph or the one bar next to all will call out the specific subgroup. So just as an example, you can see in 2015, 2016, the results and the discrepancy. In 2017 and 2018, the results and the discrepancy there. So we provided this information for 3rd grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade. And this information was presented and discussed at PSAC when we provided them the annual update information as well. So continuing on with the data profile for students with individual education plans, we have chronic absenteeism. So we do track this weekly as a district, and this are students that are absent 10% or more at any given point in the year. So you can see the attendance rate for all of our students, and we can just look at 2017-18 at 13.6, and special education students are higher that 22.2%. And it was also called out in terms of suspensions for students with IEPs. For 2017-2018, it's 3.9% for all, and it was 8.7 for special education students. And the next part are students with IEPs. Again, I did say that we would be producing or showing the SBAC distance from standard. It's important to note that we do look at distance from standard and not necessarily percent of students that are at grade level. And it is saying the amount of scale score that students are away from being on standard. So that's the way to look at the graphs that you see in front of you. So again, 3rd through 5th grade math and 3rd through 5th grade ELA. So you can see that special education students are the furthest from success in academic areas compared to our students that's labeled as all. So lastly, we have graduation rate, A to G completion, pathway participation, and on track to graduate.
Excuse me, Dr. Aguilera.
Yes.
It's getting a little loud in the back. If folks can...
5 minutes overtime.
This is a really important presentation. This is our LCAP presentation to the board. And so we were glad to be able to have our Parent and Student Advisory Committee who've been volunteering to present. We also need to hear from staff about how they're integrating recommendations in. So please go ahead, Ms. Aguilera, but if folks in the back could take their conversations outside, that would be great. And I'd appreciate no more shouting out. Thank you.
So it's important to note for our graduation rates, we have seen increases for all of our students. There is still discrepancy or achievement gap between our students with IEPs and all of our students. And the same way that we look at our pathway participation, huge increases in students that are participating in our pathways, but you still have a discrepancy between all of our students and our students with IEPs. So we can go through similar data profiles for our African American students. You can see the achievement difference between our students, our African American students at 50% compared to 59.7% of students without IEPs. And then for the participation rate, it's also just important to note, especially for our special education students, because sometimes schools feel that special education students should not be taking certain exams, and our local exams, we do request that they do administer the exams because we want for our students to feel like they can also achieve at high levels with if they have an IEP. So I won't go through every single data slide at length like I did with the IEP slides, but Do want to just make sure to call out that we look at subgroups because we have an achievement gap in our district. We have all students performing at a certain level, and then when you go and look at our special education students, our African American students, our language learners, our unhoused youth, we have serious achievement gaps that we need to address. So this is included in the packet for everyone to look at. So now we'll get on to the actions and services and the instructional focus based on our results. So our OUSD instructional focus, this is the second year that we are implementing the same focus areas: building conditions for adult learning, building conditions for student learning, standards-based instruction, language and literacy across instruction. So important to note that this focus has been, we've received feedback on the focus, and the last year we had building conditions for adult learning and student learning together, and it was requested by our district leadership team composed of teachers, principals, and staff to separate the two areas because they are very distinct. And we took that recommendation, and you'll see in other documents that we have separated that area out. Within the instructional focus of the LCAP, the rationale behind breaking it down even further is that we have 40 action areas with 6 LCAP goals, and this is considered large. Many districts have about 3 LCAP goals, and they track very much fewer than 40 sub-action areas. So to make this comprehensible to our schools, we break it down even further and say, really just focus on these big 5 goals for your school. And a lot of their instructional planning and activities that they are planning in their school site plans are based on these big goals that we want for them to go after. When you look at our instructional focus, we named explicitly the teacher practices, leadership practices, and organizational practices that we recommend and want to see in our school sites. So teacher practices are very specific to classroom instruction. Leadership practices, sometimes people think, oh, that means this is what the principal is doing, but we also believe that there should be shared leadership on the campus. So it's not just what the principal should be doing, it is what the instructional leadership team, the SSCs, like other committees, should be helping to wrap around the school, and organizational practices are what we should be doing as a district to support schools. Just in terms of the areas and investments, this is by goal area. So you can see that by goal area 1, graduates are college and career ready. These are the major areas of investment. I won't read them all to you because you can see them on the slides. This next area is what we recommend to school sites. School sites are able to make choices with their supplemental and concentration funds, but we do recommend and ensure that funds are being used properly to supplement the instructional program. So we give them a list. This particular slide shows you for goal 1. In the appendix, the other goal areas are included. We won't go through all of them. So you can see where we have both investments and decreases in central funding. Where we have decreases in central funding, oftentimes you will see that grants have picked up the cost, and we'll show that in subsequent slides. So as we go into the targeted strategies, these areas were highly influenced by our PSAC. They provided us feedback on these areas, and so what you're seeing is an updated version. So again, for each goal area, we provided specific actions that we will be taking to support students, and these will also result in one-pagers for school sites, so that way they have even more direct guidance for serving these particular students. Goal area 2, similar, these are the investment areas. We've listed out the investments, the targeted approach for each goal area. For goal area 3, again, the investment areas, the actual investment, and then the specific areas that will be supported by subgroups. So this continues for goal area 4, our English learners, investment areas, the actual investments, and then the specific areas. And there are hyperlinks that you may access to see even more guidance that we provide our school sites to support students. For goal area 5, we have students engaged in school every day. The investments for goal area 5, the specific strategies that we will be implementing to support students. For goal area 6, again, the activities, the investments, and then the specific strategies. So I went through these quite quickly. You can refer back to them, but we do have summary slides. So we have the big overview is that we will continue with many of the same investments that we had in 2018-2019. We did have a full discussion many times, both at the board and then at our PSAC meetings around the reductions. And those, as you know, were quite painful conversations with our PSAC, and we continue to meet and communicate around these investments and work through some of the issues to see around grant funding to provide for these positions. Investments in 2019-20 may be funded with multiple funding sources, and we also we also included the increased compensation, both for the ongoing increase and the one-time fund. So you'll see those increases within, and that is how some of the supplemental and concentration funds are being used. The changes to services, they are listed by goal area. You have the specific change, the college and career specialists decrease, but then you also see that there's increased funding through our grants. So just want to call out that you may see decreases, but you will also see that grant funding and other funding sources have backfilled many of our reductions. You may note that some of the recommendations that the PSAC provided today, some have been addressed. We still are addressing the other recommendations that was provided. We have a 12-page document that we received from them, and you also received the recommendations. Just in terms of process, we must provide them a response by June 28th, or the end of the month, June 30th. That's a part of the statute that's written around the LCAP. However, we would like to provide them a response earlier than that, and we are working on that currently. In terms of the services that have been increased, foundational professional learning, so more of a focus on the quality instruction. Something that is new for us that we're listing out is curriculum pilots. So some of the feedback we received is that some schools and some students don't have all the instructional materials that that are part of the supplemental materials, and so we are making sure that we're providing that and also updating really outdated textbooks, and especially in high school. We will be doing some curriculum pilots with our high school teachers, and they'll be able to provide feedback and ultimately select the next upcoming curriculum. As you know, through the few adoptions that we've brought forward to the board, it's a huge investment. It's not just the cost of the curriculum resource, but it's also the professional learning. We don't want to adopt new curriculum and then not also provide the professional learning, and we've done that in the past where we could barely make it to pay for the resource, and then we didn't provide any professional learning to actually implement it well. So we want to make sure that we're providing that support. And so we are presenting the increases and repurposing of a few positions in our talent department. Wanted to make sure to call this out because we really need to work on teacher retention, staff retention overall. And so the residency coordinator is a great example of a pipeline that we're trying to create in special education. And as you know, it's not only an issue in Oakland, but also an issue in our state, that we have a high percent of vacancies in special education. Just want to conclude that there are many people to thank. Our PSAC has led and has asked us to show up in a certain way around data, around practices, and so we are responding and working collaboratively with them to do that. I also want to thank the department leads, especially our LCAP coordinator, Lisa Spielman, Diana Sherman, who works on our school site plans, Jean Wing in our research department, and Shantip, who's in our fiscal department. Shantip met with our staff daily in order to provide that support that we needed. And that concludes our presentation on the LCAP. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aguilera. Okay, at this point, we'll go to board questions. If we have PSAC that could come back as well to answer some of the questions, that would be great. I appreciate the applause, but we're going to board. Oh, you're going to go get them? Okay. Ms. Molina is going to go back and get. So we are, who wants to kick us off in terms of questions? The PSAC members are making their way back inside from outside. Director Harris, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. And I have some questions for them, but I'm really trying to understand timeline. So why are we not having a public hearing right now? And kind of what's going on with that timeline? I'm trying to understand that.
So we are in the process of taking careful detail in terms of the reconciliation of the budget. And so that is why the public hearing is going to be on the 24th. We didn't want to postpone the presentation of the LCAP, both the PSAC recommendations and what's actually going to be in the plan. And so that is what you're seeing now. And then we'll have a budget presentation next Wednesday, which will lead into the public hearing on the 24th.
Statutorily, both the budget and the LCAP need to be presented at a public hearing at the same time.
Right, twice, right? So then with final adoption and the second hearing is then the 26th, is that right?
Yes, the final adoption will be the 26th. So there'll be two opportunities to actually hear the budget.
Yeah, so I mean, I do have to say that is very late. That immediately is just concerning. I do want to say, I mean, typically today is the day we have our first hearing. It's a public hearing, it's required. And so public having access to that body of information and then seeing the revision at the second hearing, having 2 days to do that, I don't know what else to say other than that is 48 hours. Some of what is being asked for here, and I guess that's something we're going to have to take up and own and acknowledge as a board. But that is way late, and in the 5 years I've been here, that has never happened. The one of the things I wanted to highlight from the PSAC, first, thank you for all the work from the PSAC committee and the words by Mr. Escalante. Just appreciate that. And the thing that stood out was around timeline. Having this information May 1st, as you point out, I think is an aspiration. I see maybe by my initial comments, you may see I'm a little bit nervous about this late date, but I think we have to do what it takes to get this information in May so that we are not now with about 14 days before we have to finally adopt the budget and just hearing this information. So I'm interested to work with Ms. Molina, who we understand will be staying next year and who will be on next year, which is an incredible accomplishment. She has been really the rock that has held this group together, and we'll have to continue to work diligently on how we can accelerate that timeline and get information sooner. So I just wanted to appreciate that. Also appreciating the translation of LCAP, the things you noted. I'll wrap up here. Really fewer questions and more in the over the course of discussion do want to talk more about time. And I've noted some things here. But the good things that I heard actually from the CAC and the PSAC was overall this actually was a good year in terms of communication. A lot of new things happened that had not been happening in the past. So just want to highlight that. I'll stop there. The question for me that really comes out is for the superintendent. Have you had a chance to evaluate the recommendations and determine the feasibility of those recommendations? And you spoke to that later on. And the final piece, I said I would wrap up. I was so wrong. We'll show up one-pagers. The director, Dr. Aguilera, if you could talk about maybe after the board has had a chance to share something. The one question I had is how these recommendations that the superintendent's office ultimately makes will show up in the site plans. You mentioned that there was going to be a connection between those, and would love to hear more about how that's going to happen. So I spent the first part complaining, but I don't know if we want to do another round and then take questions, but through the chair.
Did you want to respond right now, or do we want to? Okay. Yeah.
It's quick. So the school site plans are shaped in the to align with the LCAP goals. So the parts that they are filling out, and you'll see this because they're coming to for your review, they are shaped to follow the LCAP goals. So that is how we provide the guidance to our schools, along with the actual supervision that happens throughout the year in terms of the actions that they are doing to implement the services for students. So it does show up in their school site plans.
And so each school will then have an LCAP specific plan. So at Markham Elementary, they will be able to speak to the LCAP goals, how they're getting at those LCAP goals, and then be able to evaluate mid-year and end of year. Have they been successful?
So they shape them with the instructional focus. So conditions for student learning, conditions for adult learning, that's how they are shaping their school site plan. They are saying what they're going to do in these specific areas that are connected to the LCAP goals. So we don't have them respond to all 6. We have them respond to the focus areas that I showed in the slide deck.
Director Yee.
Thank you. Thank you for the detail. I have 3 questions. One, the goal area 1, which is college and career, and I'm curious as to how elementary schools respond. Are they required to respond to that one themselves?
Sorry, I'm just going to goal area 1. So your question is, are they supposed to? So that is college and career, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's only high school. We are really trying to have that be a K-12 approach. So we have LCAP teams that are working together, and it's composed of people that are beyond our secondary, so including elementary. So some of the items that you'll see also pertain to our elementary school students, but we are trying to shift that from only thinking, oh, this is all secondary.
Well, the reason I ask it is slightly a different direction, and that is that many of us have been focused on moving the dial on college and career, especially in secondary, with Measure N and also with LCAP. And would you say that the PSAC is aware of the significant changes in our high school programs and in the current success rate in our high schools? Are they acquainted with that data, because it's quite detailed and broken down school by school and so forth? So that's a general question I have, because it's very easy to be immersed in the data and be disappointed, let's say, in the academic disparities and the achievement gaps and so forth. But I think that the high school performance is a singular evidence of successes that are happening with a comprehensive system. So I didn't see that in any of the recommendations or in any of the goals for the group as a whole. And seeing people representing all the different sectors, elementary, middle school, high school, foster youth, special ed, unhoused, all the different categories, I think there's pretty convincing evidence that everybody is moving significantly forward. And I think there's a lot of lessons learned in looking at our high school and college career success in our secondary. And I think the PSAC could use that perhaps as a way of focusing the kinds of priorities that might be in the plan. So I'm actually interested. This isn't something that I could speak for anybody, but maybe you or the team, you could just mention if they're aware the data points that we've been tracking in our secondary experience?
I would say aware of the overall big picture that our graduation rate is increasing, but the details as to how that is happening, I would say that we need to do a better job of providing that information to the PSAC. We've recently started asking more of our department leads to come to our PSAC meetings, so that way PSAC can hear from the department leads firsthand instead of hearing through other big reports. So I think that we could do a better job at providing specific details in each of these areas, but I think big picture they know that our graduation rates
Right.
are increasing.
Well, it's because
don't know if-
I respect PSAC for looking at the disaggregated data and looking at the subgroups, and so I'm interested myself. I have no idea whether the subgroups are actually performing, or closing the achievement gap, or significantly improving their performance in all the other benchmarks. And if we started at that place, where we have the aggregated data and dug down into the subgroups.
Excuse me, President Ng, can we have a second round so that we can stay on
Yeah.
time?
Yeah, we can have a second round, and I think that let's try to keep
sorry
to
for
the.
taking up too much of my time, but I think that's an important place for us to begin.
Thank you. Director Hinhaj.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. All I can say to you, Mr. G, about Dr. G, is that generally speaking, we know there are improvements in some secondaries, but we would like to replicate that across the district. But the problem is to have that information first in order to replicate that. That's just so hard just to get that info. That's one thing. And the other thing is we don't see a clear pipeline on how we're going to replicate that afterwards. That's a big barrier right there.
So, thank you for the work.
So, and I do think that the committee also would agree with you that we do want to, we do look at the data, we look at the disaggregated data by the different subgroups, but we definitely repeatedly year after year do ask, what are we doing to evaluate these programs? How do we know that they're working? If we do have an improving graduation rate, what are the indicators of success? These are stuff that we do talk about. So it's on our minds. Thank you.
Great. Director Hinhaj.
Wow, this is there's a lot. So while they're booing me, I will just kind of ask questions about I feel like this is the bulk of the work, and so really appreciating PSAC, because I watched the struggle with you all last year, sometimes not getting the timely information. So the timeline conversation, I wanted to ask a little bit about where you thought the barrier was, because for me, I don't feel like we can rigidly say calendar date this way, that way. I think that we get hit with things and we have to respond quickly and turn around. We have a May revise that comes in May, so I'm afraid of I give you information, but then it shifts. I don't believe that we've had clear enough and clean enough books with all those things like that to be in a space. So I think that's what I kind of heard staff saying, is that we want to give the best information now, and to whatever extent we're communicating that, I think that could get much, much better, right? The more of the heads up. So to talk, I overall have these concerns about L's, that while I think 40% of the school district is Latino, I'm gonna assume that they're Spanish speaking. They may be speaking some other languages as well. But there is a significant population of Arabic-speaking students, and then I know it breaks out to many other students. And so this is a place of growth that I would like to see disaggregated and tracked. I know when I've anecdotally talked to Arabic-speaking parents and families from Jordan, from Yemen, from Sudan, right, that oftentimes there's some gaps between looking at language development, looking at maybe cognitive development issues, right? There's a lot of trauma with some of these kids. And so that line between L work and SPED work for a non-Spanish speaker, where there might be a lot of leaning in, I'm not sure if we're leaning in around that. So that's a bit anecdotal, and I would love to hear more about that and think about it. I sit a little bit differently, and we'll get another round where Director Yee was going, I appreciate that, but I don't think I can ever take my eye off the gaps, right? Like so for me, I know that like in my high school, yes, there might be high attendance rate or getting into college. There's about 50 students, but I don't know that our proficiency rates are where I would like to see them be, right? And so there's still this gap between, yeah, we're getting more kids to fill out FAFSAs and go to college, and we have these other programs. Last week, we were debating and arguing a lot about the concurrent enrollment piece, right? Like, who gets that? A students, or do C students get that kind of like attention? So I'm appreciating your disaggregation and kind of pushing in that particular kind of way. Can I just throw one last thing in the relationship to like the L's? And because when I see on the chart, I won't take time to take it, but like you have like Met West, something school, and then I know that Castlemont has a tremendous amount of L students, right? But you don't have an L specialized parent, student, family group at Castlemont, right? You identify their fosters, right? And so I just want to see like some equity that happens for some. I know what happened. I know where there is a large population of Latinos or there's more segregation in those schools. Yes, there should be identification of services and focus, but a place like Castlemont to me needs to be getting attention because of that newcomer population in particular. So again, I want to say to PSAC, you make me think about that stuff. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. Director Torres.
Shanti Gonzalez has arrived.
Director Torres.
Thank you. So I have a lot of notes, and so I'm just going to run through a few themes. The first one being that when I met with someone about this 2 days ago, the thing that jumped out at me was the lateness of getting the draft of the LCAP. And so asking for it May 1st, when the meetings are in May, I feel like push it to April 15. April 15, so they can then prepare for the May meetings, because it's extremely complicated and there's a lot of detail. So I don't think May 1st even gives you enough time to do the work. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, it's been said, I think, by the other board members and by all of the presenters, what we need is to be able to have a data person who's analyzing, because we shouldn't just have happenstance success. We need to know exactly where success and failure is to then build out. Otherwise, we're constantly having success, but is it our doing? Is it happenstance? Is it pockets of great teachers and leaders that are stable in our district? And so that position has to exist, and especially as it concerns our special education students. I feel that's the number one place where if it's 20% students in the whole district that are in special education, then we need to have somebody who's studying that very well.
Director Torres, can you make sure you're speaking into the mic? Because I've heard it's hard to hear.
So in regard to parent engagement, and again, I'm going to run out of time. I have quite a few points. Parent engagement is going to go down, but I feel like, when I see that we need the data of the draft LCAP, we need it in translated languages for the PSAC, right? So that's multiple languages. And then we are going to have no parent engagement position. So I feel like we are just shooting ourselves in the foot. We have to have parent engagement. It has to be multi-languages. Director Hinton-Hodge just named several countries, Middle Eastern countries. We have Spanish. MOM is growing in District 5 tremendously fast. So I feel like maybe it's not a position, it's multiple part-time positions within the district doing parent engagement, but that are OUSD employees, not volunteers, not happenstance. Once again, it has to be really targeted, because where we're putting our dollars is what matters. And in this district, we need all those languages. We need that parent engagement. And then what else did I circle? So having that differentiated, targeted programs with the base curriculum, materials, that's super critical to our special education students. It's extremely important to our ELLs. And then African American students that are also IEP and they're getting suspended. We're not studying that. We have to have somebody who is studying all this data, or else we're just running in circles year after year and hearing the same recommendations year after year. And we're going to hit some, and we're going to miss most of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Vice President London.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all the members of the PSAC. I know your work is really long and hard, and I really appreciate the work that you put into it. My colleagues have noted many items to follow up on. I have, I guess, more a few questions than anything in particular. The data that you presented, Ms. Aguilera, is very compelling, and I appreciate that presentation with how far are the different subgroups compared to the average of the district and then below the standards, I think, which are statewide standards. Is that correct?
Correct, at those grade levels.
So in particular, I'm wondering what we're doing about chronic absence, because I noticed that it has increased over the time that we're measuring, and that is concerning on a number of levels. And there's some other things where there's definitely trends that are going in the wrong direction. So I would really want to understand better what our strategies are for addressing those trends that are what I would call in the wrong way. You touched a little bit on how the PSAC recommendations can be addressed and potentially incorporated into the budget for next year. I think that's really important to be able to go back and map to that very directly when we come back for the next round on this. You also touched a little bit on in your notes, you talked about the reductions. There's some places where we're reducing funding or reducing positions, and it would be helpful to understand, does that mean there's going to be less? I mean, my interpretation of that is we're going to have less ability to do that work. We're consolidating positions. We're going to have fewer resources in the central office, and yet you all are being asked to do more and more. So my concern is about how we do more with less and do it well. And then there's also several places where positions are what is going to be the ongoing funding? So there are positions like in the Office of Equity or several other places where it says that they've been moved to grant funding, or we found a restricted resource or something. Well, what is going to happen to those programs over time? Because what we heard earlier in the year, and I know you all are working on this, but I really want to name this for the community because we have limited resources, and I think we have to really figure out how we're going to use them well. We might get good news in the governor's budget or in the budget that the Budget Committee adopted in the legislature on Sunday night that's going to be voted on tomorrow or Friday. That might help us, but I think it would also be foolish for us to say, oh, we got more money out of the state budget, so now we can relax our work around fiscal vitality and other things. I think we have to continue to be focused in the direction that we've started, and so understanding how we match the resources to what our goals are and the reality of the people that we have to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President London. I just have a few comments and questions as well. First of all, I also want to thank the PSAC members. 40 meetings throughout the year is a lot. I know that a lot of you are so dedicated. You're all so dedicated and spend so much time. I found the recommendations to be incredibly thorough when I received them and read through them. And I am interested in seeing how we can integrate more of the recommendations, particularly those that have been repeated over the last few years, how we can look to shift resources going forward to be able to meet some of the recommendations. I also appreciated the recommendations around budget transparency and aligning the timeline. I do hope that we can get to a place where we're moving up the LCAP timeline and presentations. I know we've talked about that for several years now, and hopefully next year can be the year that we can really set a goal around doing that. And I just want to say that I support the idea of doing the multi-stakeholder engagements like we did in December 2017 and January 2018. I remember that being a collaborative process and that being a joint meeting between the PSAC and the board. I hope that we can do that again this year, perhaps starting in November or December this year, starting earlier. But I do want to share a commitment to to scheduling that, as long as I'm in board leadership, to scheduling that with the PSAC to be able to have those multi-stakeholder meetings. I found those to be a valuable opportunity to be able to learn more about what's being successful. Just really quickly, and the other part was that I also appreciated the integration between recommendations from CAC and the PSAC that came out very clearly, showing where the overlap was, and I appreciated seeing also with the differentiated assistance how we're responding to our most vulnerable students, including students with IEPs. So my two questions that I did want to ask was, one was about the there was a lot of conversations after the contract was settled about using S&C dollars for some of our compensation, and I think even in our resolution there was language around making sure that PSAC was engaged around teacher retention and that we're using the right metrics to be able to measure retention over a series of years. I did not see that as a key area here, so I'm wondering, are we using S&C dollars for next year for compensation, and if so, how are we intending to measure the impact over the next year of the success of that investment?
So at first we did speak to the PSAC saying it would be listed as a specific item around retention, and as we further developed the LCAP, we understood that the reductions that were made in staffing that were people funded through supplemental funds, when we made that reduction, it allowed for the existing people to include their salary increase. So it doesn't need to be a specific line item as we previously thought, because the amount of funds that are going to pay existing staff and the increase in their salary is reflected, and that is where you would see the investment in and supplemental and concentration funds based on the salary increase.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that the same positions, the increase in compensation in the same positions that we're already funding are being covered with the S&C, but not necessarily new investments?
No, so we had to make the reductions because we needed 7% more funds overall. And so you needed to make the reductions that we did in staffing and in other non-labor areas in order to compensate for the staff that would remain and their increases.
Okay, so are we using, I just want to be clear around,
Yes.
so we are using S&C dollars for...
The people that are funded through supplemental funds, they are costing more into the next, in outgoing years. So that investment in their position reflects the salary increase. It does not need to be a separate line item as we previously thought. Does that make sense?
Okay, so we're not, other compensation for salary increases is not being added into the LCAP at this point?
No.
It's just
for the people that remain, they cost more.
Okay.
And so when we made the reductions, we were able to afford the remaining people. You've had to make the reductions in order to afford the increase.
Got it. Okay, so then does that mean that we are not going to be tracking the metrics around teacher retention and
But
around...
we did add that as an item. Okay. You'll see that in the talent area. We do have a residency coordinator and a couple of other positions that we've listed. We need to track it anyway. We do track it anyway, but we do want to start including that information in our LCAP.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I know that there was more questions, but at this time I think we should move to public comment on this item, and then we can come back if there's more board conversation around this. Public comment on the
May I just say something before you go to public? I just want to say with a lot of respect that the LCAP PSAC, we have worked with two different superintendents, Anton Wilson and now Dr. Kamel. And in the past, when we have made recommendations, we heard that, oh, this is a lot or this is too much. And before we didn't have the budget problems. Now we're making recommendations and kind of hearing, if I'm not hearing correctly, that it's kind of a lot or maybe there's not sufficient money for this. In short, what I'm trying to say is like, yes, I agree with you. The demands is huge. This is how big the elephant is. This is how big the demand is in our district. So we are not exaggerating. And we're not asking for too much, I believe. We're just asking what is fair to our community and to our students. And then I appreciate the comments of like, yes, it's late, and hopefully in the future we don't repeat this mistake again. Because personally, sometimes when I come to these meetings, it's just, I'm not thinking only about my kid, I'm thinking about other kids too. And then the most time we wait, the more we hurt our students, and that concerns me the most. I appreciate the hard work that you do, but I think we can elevate this LCAP PSAC process to a level that we are being heard, truly. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. How many public speakers do we have on this item? Would that be Ms. Floyd or? No, this is a special order. Okay, so public comment on the LCAP. Could you read the speakers that signed up, please?
Ben Visnick and Mike Hutchinson.
Okay. If you signed up to speak on this item, please come forward. Ms. Honka, go ahead.
Okay, Ben Visnick, elected representative for substitute teachers in OEA. I want to thank the PSAC and the ELL committees because they are restating what we are stating as substitutes. I want to quote, given the shortage of special education teachers and low teacher retention, we need a central pool of substitutes for special education. This concern did not receive comment from the superintendent and her formal responses to PSAC. Also, the ELL subcommittee mentioned that the loss of teachers has a disproportionate impact on English language learners, especially newcomers. These students especially need continuity. Thank you. That's what we've been saying. And so when we negotiate a contract, we put special attention into recruiting and retaining substitute teachers. So what have you all done through your central administration? You pay principals $400 per day. You pay scabs $300, but you have STIP substitutes who work hard every day making $167 for $31,000. You are, how can you pay a teacher $31,000 and not sleep at night? That's hypocritical. In addition, you're failing to provide PD, sick leave, classroom keys, and an agreed upon raise to our dedicated substitutes. Can you stand all the substitutes who are here today? The district, in closing, will have many vacancies. Yes, you will have many vacancies this summer, but you will not attract retired teachers and aspiring educators due to the above malfeasance. Honor the agreement. Substitutes fought for and won a raise. Now you're taking it away. Shame on you.
Hello, I'm Angelica Hunko. I'm with Public Advocates, and I'm also a parent in the district. I've been following and supporting the LCAP process in this district for 5 years now. It was really gratifying to see how much parents were leading in the space and caregivers were leading in the Parent-Student Advisory Committee meeting space. And I also respected just how much time they put in and also saw how it will not be sustainable to work at that level without kind of more support and resources. I really appreciate that the LCAP manager, engagement manager, Cynthia Molina, was retained. She's built a lot of expertise and trust with the families, and there's a lot of great work to continue on. As you see, these recommendations, they carry on from year to year, and there's really a lot of value in having people who can be invested in a multi-year way in the process. And hoping next year that there can be more engagement with educators around a lot of these strategies. I really wanted to lift up, on page 21 of the document is where the discussion of teacher retention begins. And so just to follow up on the comments of the previous speaker, a lot of the discussion that I had been having with staff and families and community groups like Californians for Justice and OCO was about how we particularly focus on the equity concerns that come out of the teacher retention issues. Even in the chart that's provided, it shows that in the East and the West that the average return after 3 years for teachers is as low as 42%. But if we look at the 3-year departure rate, some of our schools have 80% of their teachers leaving within 3 years. So you can see there's a really broad disparity, and how do we make sure, even as we're starting to track that retention rate district-wide, that we're focusing on the group, the group of schools most impacted, who are often serving our highest need students. I really want to appreciate Jean Wing and Lisa Spielman and others for spending time talking about these measures, and they're listed on page 25 as just the start of a list of what could maybe get us to really tracking those indicators over time and focusing more on equity, including places like special education where there's big gaps. But we need to be having that report regularly. If it's not going to be in the LCAP itself, let's make those indicators really into a public report, and then let's have that dialogue, especially with educators and students and families in their communities, about how we can really be supporting these schools. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for your attention tonight. My name is Asena Tuione, and I'm a law intern with the Education Equity Team with Public Advocates and the Charles Hamilton Bar Association. My item really is a follow-up to what the PSAC had presented earlier around the second recommendation, around budget transparency that Raquel had shared. And so I really wanted to just alert the community, specifically parents, to a new tool, the budget overview for the 2019 LCAP year that's available now. It's 3 pages. It really helps to bring this information into a digestible format with pie charts, really showing how the funds have been, where they have come from, how they're being used, generally, and then also the total budgeted expenditures in the LCAP specifically. So I wanted to turn everyone's attention to the second page, where it shows us in detail, it shows us that $569 million are portioned out for the general fund, whereas $160 million of those dollars, just 28%, has been budgeted in the LCAP. And so that is an item that we want to draw to the community's attention in terms of being able to understand where the rest of the money is being spent. And so again, the budget overview for parents is a new tool this year available that really helps to bring this information in the LCAP into a digestible format that I encourage everyone to pull up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Duy Võ, and I just came out for volunteer for PSAC and LCAP. I'm the Vietnamese parent, but I come out to work for PSAC and LCAP, but I want to Oakland Unified have the position for the translate for Vietnamese people like me, because I want to understand and understand more about when I go to the meeting. That's what I want for interpreter for Vietnamese.
Thank you.
So she attends our meetings regularly as a member. However, unfortunately, we have been trying for the longest to get her an interpreter. I think it's only fair that as a participant, as a parent, that we help her with the engagement process. And that means to actually have a Vietnamese interpreter for her at our meetings. And again, I also want to stress the fact that we have actually 4 subcommittees within LCAP PSAC. So those meet on a regular monthly basis, and then we come together again for the LCAP PSAC. I just wanted to lift that up, that it's just not LCAP PSAC, but that there are subcommittees within LCAP PSAC that address student needs that then come back and voice what's going on within those subcommittees to our larger group and our larger body.
Mike Hutchinson, and following up the previous speaker's comments, there was a time in OUSD where you could come to a school board meeting and everything would be provided in 5 languages, including the actual school board agenda. And so this is something that the board has chosen not to provide anymore to the community. And, I think it's shameful. And again, it's about will, which brings us to the LCAP. I want to congratulate and appreciate all the parents and community members who put in hours and hours of work to develop this LCAP plan. But we've had two really big problems with the LCAP, especially over the last 3 years. And the problems are the board and the district hasn't honored the community and the parents' work. So the last 3 years, when we've had rolling cuts through the years, the LCAP has been cut, modified, and changed without this body being able to weigh in. So when you make a mid-year cut, that violates the LCAP plan also. And that just hasn't been addressed ever. And really, how are they, as diligent community members, going to really develop a strong LCAP plan when we don't know what next year's budget numbers are? Because the district has still not provided a budget publicly to the community, even though 2 weeks from today, you'll be voting on a final budget that has a $600 million general fund plus another $200 million, and we haven't even seen it. I would actually bet you haven't seen it, because the top people in the district resigned over the last 2 months. So we don't even know who's making it. So while we congratulate their work, can we maybe honor it by you guys working as hard as the community and actually doing your job, providing information, and actually overseeing the district's finances like you were all elected to do?
So I know that there was some additional questions. I do want to move this item along, but if there's burning questions, we can do 2 minutes if there's burning questions. Otherwise, we'll have an opportunity to discuss this again on the 24th. Any burning questions? Okay.
Sorry.
Director Gonzalez is on the line. Director Gonzalez, did you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you, Director Gonzalez.
This would be more for the PSAC folks, just around appreciating the unhoused work and the foster work. So there's the JPA, which is the Joint Powers. There's a housing impact table, and there's a very specific piece around unhoused and unsheltered youth. And there, so the training piece, I just wanted to highlight that there's a recommendation from them to do a training piece. So to Dr. Aguilera, to Ms. Bustamante, to Mr. Sarecki, I would like to see if, you know, we've been pushing from that end to get in front of like teachers and principals and to make sure we could do this training. So I'm going to use you all's power to help maybe move the agenda. So if I could get you all to respond to that, it'd be really great. And just to let you all know that that it's kind of happening in another remote place in the district.
Any other burning questions? Director Torres.
So I appreciate the person who is participating asking about the translation, Vietnamese, and I think that it would be important to get some information about what particular languages we need to be hitting, because as we know, we're not going to have the budget to address every single translated item, but if we can target, we can start there and we can start building on that, right? So what are the key languages we need to be working toward? Translation of our documents, translation services at these 40-some meetings, that's a lot. And that must be really difficult if there's not support based on the language and yet the children are in the school. So then how's that parent going to support those kids? The other thing I think that's important is I noticed the PSAC made a recommendation about something that to me makes a lot of sense. Dual language programs as pathway programs, they asked as a recommendation, and also making sure that we protect and keep all newcomer programs that we have when we're also now talking about potential closures or collapsing 2 schools into 1. How are we going to ensure that we keep, because those are growing programs based on need. And then the other one was, again, PD, professional development, for all of our teachers every time, all the time, because our special education students are students of the district. They're not a category that's just an afterthought, and so I can't help but ask for that again for you know, how we can build that in. And what else? I think the other thing that came to light Monday when we had our conversation was this idea of making sure that summer school priority is given to the targeted groups that are struggling throughout the year. The African American with IEP, and they have the attendance issues. The unhoused students who also have a truancy issue. So summer school for the most needy students that have multiple identified areas
Thank
that
you,
we
Director
can see.
Torres. Great. Vice President Linda, did you have anything? Okay. The one thing I just wanted to add was I would appreciate, I know that there's probably over the summer, the engagement calendar for LCAP will be developed. So it would be helpful to see a draft of that, maybe in August, with a revised timeline of where we can see the timeline being moved up earlier, and also those multi-stakeholder engagements in December, in January, or whenever it makes sense, mid-year, so that we have another opportunity to hear from PSAC during the course of the year, not just at the end of the year. Director Yu.
Thank you. I heard earlier on that some of the recommendations have been repeated from last year, and I'd be interested actually in having an asterisk or something marked on each of the ones that were recommended in last year, so that I can see which ones are continuing, and then we can actually maybe take a look and see some impact or that sort of thing, and maybe narrow down from the asterisk ones which are carried over to the next year. I think that would be one way of maybe narrowing the focus for somebody who's maybe newer like myself at this.
Thank you, Director Yi. So thank you again to all of the staff. I know that there's a lot of staff that put in so much time into putting together the LCAP every year, and also to all of our Parent-Student Advisory Committee members, who we will be recognizing actually in the next item. So once again, the LCAP and the PSAC will be coming back for an official public hearing, although this is essentially was the first read of the LCAP at the Monday, June 24th public hearing. So at this time, we're going to move on to item I3, and just in terms of process, after this item, I3, we will be going to public comment non-agenda items next. But we do, while we have PSAC members here, want to be able to recognize them. So item I3 is a recognition for the service of LCAP Parent and Student Advisory Committee members, particularly District English Language Learners Subcommittee, Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, and Foster Youth Advisory Committee. As you heard in the last presentation, our Parent-Student Advisory Committee members have worked tirelessly, not just over the course of this year, but over several years. Some of our volunteers have made multi-year commitments to the work and met many, many times throughout the year. We heard that there was over 40 meetings that were dedicated throughout the year, many of them led by these leaders who we were able to hear from today. So we wanted to take the opportunity as a board to just formally recognize each of the committee members. I know not all of them are here, but we wanted to at least read their names and the committees that they serve on, as well as the years of service. And I know that there will be a recognition reception that will take place that Ms. Cynthia Molina has been working on, but we just wanted to really appreciate all of the work and show a commitment towards continuing to collaborate and work together going forward. So if we could have the PSAC members come forward, I will, if I can give one of my colleagues a copy of the certificates to hand out to them. I'll read the names in the service, and if you are here present, please come forward. So first we have Ms. Raquel Johnson. She's the District 1 representative, lead delegate of the LCAP PSAC, and chair of the Foster Youth Advisory Committee. This is her third year of service on the PSAC. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Then we have Mr. Alan Purcell, District 1 representative and lead delegate, and member of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, first year of service. Diana Casanova, District 2 representative, lead delegate of LCAP PSAC, second year of service. Doi Vo, District 2 representative and member of the District ELL Subcommittee. This is her first year of service. Wendell Chin, District 2 representative, third year of service. Michelle Mateo, District 2 representative, first year of service. Cesar Escalante, District 3 representative, lead delegate of LCAP PSAC and chair of the District ELL Subcommittee. This is his fifth year of service. Very impressive. Thank you for your work. Mr. Pernell Bailey, District 3 representative and lead delegate of LCAP PSAC, fifth year of service. Wow. Alma Piedras, District 4 representative, lead delegate of LCAP PSAC and member of District L subcommittee, first year of service. Mona Lisa Trevino, District 4 representative, lead delegate of LCAP PSAC and member of the District L subcommittee. This is our first year of service. Reginald Mosley, District 4 representative, lead delegate of LCAP PSAC, first year of service. Carmen Pearson, District 4 representative, lead delegate of LCAP PSAC, first year of service. Yolanda Garcia, District 5 representative, first year of service. Teresa Diaz, District 5 representative and member of the District L subcommittee, first year of service. Alejandra Mendez, District 5 representative, member of the District L subcommittee, second year of service. Ansar El Muhammad, District 6 representative, first year of service. Che Finessi, District 7 representative, fifth year of service. Wow. Jonathan Kale, District 7 representative, also fifth year of service. Ashia Fuller, District 7 representative and lead delegate of LCAP PSAC, third year of service. Then we have Jeannie Wunskit. She's the LCAP student advisor and member of All City Council. Ahmed Hajaji, LCAP student advisor, member of All City Council. Leonardo Gonzalez, District 7 representative and member of District L subcommittee, first year of service. Kristen Zimmerman, chair of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. This is her fourth year of service. Miguel Almudo, member of the Foster Youth Advisory Committee, second year of service. Lisa Rasler, chair of Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, fourth year of service. Inga Wagar, member of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, fifth year of service. Kelly Bresso, member of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, third year of service. So we just want to recognize all of these volunteers. It's amazing to have veteran service from 5-year members as well as new members this year. We want to really appreciate all of your time and want to encourage you to continue to show up and make your recommendations. We really appreciate it. Now we're going to take a photo. All right, so at this time, we're going to move to public comment on non-agenda items. And then we will take back up the agenda on page 10 and go through the reports after that. How many speakers do we have for this section? This section is reserved 30 minutes during this time allotment. If we go over, then we have another additional time at the end of the meeting.
Approximately 15. Approximately 15. All right. Okay, hold on.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can you read the names of the speakers? Thank you.
Okay, those speakers are are as follows: Becca Marsh, Reginald Mosley, Kavinga Fatah, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Rango Morella, Gregory Kalkanis, Kim Davis, Delgado CHE, I can't make out the last two letters, Brightwell Irvin, or Irvin Brightwell, Deidre Sader, Mary Hill, Mike Shane, Gerald Smith, Craig Gordon, Amanda Seaton, and also Mike Hutchinson.
Okay.
Fine. I don't care what you do.
Seconds. Yeah. All right. So if we have more speakers, that's fine. If you signed up and put in a different box, that's fine. We're going to have to take it down to 90 seconds though to be able to. Oh. Okay. Thanks. All right. We'll do. So we're going to do 90 seconds per speaker.
I'll just read fast.
Thank you. Please
Hi,
come
I'm
forward.
Tamara Forte, and we're here today as parents, grandparents, teachers, and children of Howard Elementary School. We were recently made aware in about mid-May that Francophone would be coming onto our school and taking classrooms away from our Howard students. And so Mr. Harris came and met with us on the 21st so that we can voice our concerns and grievances, and that's led us here today to present our resolution to the board. So, whereas Howard students will be negatively impacted by a co-location with Francophone Charter School, whereas parents were not informed of the co-location decision until a final offer was already made, nor allowed to have any input or vote on it as a community, whereas the Prop 39 allocation process was not made clear to Howard's community, and the impact assessment did not accurately measure how the rooms at Howard were being utilized by an inclusion teacher, 2 resource specialists, and a reading intervention specialist and a therapist. Whereas OUSD Prop 39 formula does not reflect the resources and spaces that are required to appropriately serve special education students. Whereas Oakland Public Schools disproportionately serve more special education students than charter schools, whereas 20% of Howard students are identified with special needs, which require one-on-one therapy, reading intervention, and adequate spaces for small group intervention, whereas by federal law, special education students are entitled to an appropriate placement, whereas teachers and parents do not want students learning in storage rooms and a staff lounge which are unfit learning conditions and do not meet the standards of an appropriate placement, whereas the OUSD enrollment office is turning away students whose parents want them to enroll at Howard while simultaneously claiming Howard is under-enrolled, whereas the inaccurately reported under-enrollment and the refusal to enroll new students prevents Howard's from growing and gives the perception that there is room for a co-location on Howard's campus.
Thank
now,
you.
therefore,
Just do the therefore, but then I'll have to cut you off.
Okay. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Howard students will continue to receive therapy, reading intervention, and small group intervention in their current classrooms and not be displaced into a storage room, small offices, and a staff lounge in 2019-2020 school year. Therefore, it also be resolved that OUSD Enrollment Office must enroll students at Howard, allow it to thrive and grow, and not erroneously tell parents that the school is full. Therefore, be it also resolved in the future, OUSD officials must inform families at least 60 days before any preliminary Prop 39 offers are made and solicit input from the parents and relevant stakeholders before an offer is made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just going to do 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alicia Langley. I'm a
Nice to meet
Howard
you,
parent. I have 2 children at Howard. My son Malachi is 5 years old. He'll be entering kindergarten in the fall. And my son Solomon is 7 years old. He'll be entering 2nd grade in the fall. And I don't have any resolutions. I just want to express how I feel. I just want to take this opportunity to tell how I feel. So my youngest son was in the OUSD Sprout program on the Howard campus, taught by Mr. Hannah and Miss Margaret, who were phenomenal. And then I transferred my oldest son from a charter school into Howard because the charter school that he left was mishandled and personally just felt unsafe. And I felt that Howard was a right choice for us because of the small community and also because of the fact that it's around the corner from my home. To hear that a charter school is occupying the space and pushing out OUSD public school children from not giving them the opportunity of children from the neighborhood to bring in these charter school students who most of them don't live in the neighborhood like myself, whose families don't spend money in the neighborhood like myself, whose families don't communicate and connect with people in the neighborhood like myself. So for them to have entitlement to the space at Howard over community members like myself who decided to make the decision to pull from a charter school to a public school just makes me feel betrayed and enraged. So in addition to all the amazing points that Tamara said, I just want to express that as a parent, I felt blindsided, I felt betrayed, I felt uninformed, and I just want to raise my voice so that you know how it affects me on a personal level as a community member.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Forte. I've lived in the area of Howard School for 40 years. My grandson attends there and going to 1st grade. The other one is leaving a charter school after 2.5 years where it's not safe, and will be going to Howard too. I want you to know that I personally cleaned the closet that you're talking about where you're going to be putting children. I personally cleaned the teacher staff room out, and I can tell you that neither of those rooms are fit to teach our children in. The 20% of Howard students, they are special needs students. I want to also, for you to recognize there is another subset of students that are continuously overlooked in OUSD. They are the special gifted children. I feel that this is an opportunity at this school, since you have space for children, let's have a space for our gifted children as well. I think if someone puts a request in to go to Howard School, it should be honored. Last of all, if you want to co-locate any schools, co-locate the charter schools. Put 2 charter schools together. I'll give you an example. Roses in Concrete has many, many available portables. Put the Francophone over with Roses on Concrete, and you'll have a wonderful bilingual charter school that teaches both Spanish and French. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Keller Smith, and I'm a parent from Howard. My son is one of those special needs kids, and 2 schools before Howard did not meet his needs. Howard's met all his needs, and he is interested in learning, and that's a first for him. What I'm here to tell you is that if you do this, he will be meeting his inclusion teacher in the hallway, not a conducive place to learn. His reading programs will be meeting in the same classroom as other meeting rooms. He will lose all focus. All these kids deserve your respect and not to damage their future education. Thank you.
Hi, I am a parent and a Howard staff member. I am one of the ones that will be relocating my class. I will be pushed into a room with 5 other adults, with other programs going on, with other reading groups going on at the same time. I will be working with kids with IEPs. that need one-on-one attention. And there's no way that 5 adults in a classroom, different groups going on at the same time, those kids' needs are not going to be met. And it's outrageous that you guys are pushing a charter school to take over these classrooms when these classrooms are being used. There are LLI services going on in these classrooms. There's EOD services going on in these classrooms. This is one of the classrooms, well, storage closets that is going to be now used for LLI and EOD. That's where the teacher's going, into a closet. It's a book room that is being cleaned out, and it's inappropriate, and students are not going to learn. And these are the students that have the most needs. I'm sorry, it's just upsetting. So I would ask you to reconsider putting a charter school on our campus. They're taking up classrooms that are desperately needed for student care, and we need those classrooms, and we need to teach our students.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Eldridge. I'm a parent of a Howard student. I just wanted to find out who decided that charter schools are more important than public schools. I have a niece who went to a charter school, and I don't think people did their background check because not one senior from Unity went to a 4-year college. They all was told that they didn't meet the curriculum to go to a college, so they all at a JC right now. That's another problem I have. Also, what benefits is coming out of taking kids or taking classrooms from public schools to add charter schools? If charter schools is public money, put them in these empty warehouses or this empty land. Leave the public schools alone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please. If speakers could just line up and form a line, that would be helpful to minimize the time. Just form a line behind her.
Okay, hi, my name is Erin Brightwell. I am a OUSD parent. I have a child at Redwood Heights Elementary, and I have another child who will be entering Laurel Elementary in August. I'm also kind of a member of the French community. My husband is French. We have a bilingual household, and I understand that bilingual education is something that is very important to a lot of families. That being said, I'm hearing from people in my community who are looking at Francophone charter school that they're being told that a whole campus will be available to Francophone charter school in the near future. And so I'm curious, what's that campus? And have the families that send their kids to the school where that campus is, have they been informed that Francophone charter will be on that entire campus yet? And when will they be informed, and what's the process for that? I don't think it's right that Francophone charter is telling their people, oh yeah, you're gonna have a whole campus, when there's presumably a whole campus full of OUSD families who don't know that yet. I don't think extra space, I don't think there's really extra space at Howard. The families at Howard have made a great case for what they're doing with that space. And I think at every school, at Redwood Heights, if there's an extra corner somewhere, you see the ingenuity of parents, of teachers, of staff, of students, of creating programs that benefit our kids, that our kids learn from, that benefit our whole community. And I have every confidence that the community and the teachers at Howard are doing that with their school building as well. So I think it's a terrible thing to push this co-location through.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
OUSD directors, we're the Black Women's Caucus of the Oakland Education Association. We're standing here in full support of our sister, fellow teacher, Darnisha Wright. The timing of Darnisha Wright's release is highly problematic and retaliatory. Mrs. Wright was viciously choked by Director Jamoke Hinton Hodge And after defending herself with a lawsuit, she was released from her position at Markham Elementary School. This is reprehensible and unacceptable. Oakland Unified School District has a teacher shortage. The retention of black educators is even more striking. And let's be clear, retaining black teachers isn't just about diversity. This is about our students' future and the future for black kids in Oakland. A 2018 study shows that having just one black teacher lowers black students' high school dropout rates, increases their desire to go to college, and can also make them more likely to enroll in college. Black students who have just one black teacher in elementary school are 13% more likely to enroll in college than their peers who did not have black teachers. Students who have two black teachers are 32% more likely to go to college.
OUSD needs culturally competent educators to teach its diverse population of students. The district clearly acknowledges that we struggle educating our black students, which is why OUSD invested in initiatives like the African American Male Achievement and African American Female Excellence programs. You also need to invest in black teachers. Mrs. Darnisha Wright is a shining example of the type of educator we need in our hardest schools in Oakland. She is a longtime East Oakland resident, has experience teaching African-centered curriculum at Ile Omide, and is currently in Ghana on a Fulbright scholarship, which is internationally recognized as one of the most prestigious education programs. This past year, Mrs. Wright has provided quality instruction to her students and made strong connections with the Markham community. She has the full support of the parents, as you can see from the attached petition I believe someone provided you with. The Black Women's Caucus of the Oakland Education Association is calling for the full reinstatement of Darnisha Wright to Markham Elementary School. Oakland School Board, you need to take a stand for justice. Oakland students cannot afford to lose any more highly qualified black educators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Hill, retired Oakland teacher and current substitute. I want to speak in support of teacher Darnisha Wright and in support of not co-locating Francophone School at Howard. On Darnisha, my understanding is she didn't even receive a March 15th letter, which I think is supposed to happen if somebody is let go. And at that time, she was being evaluated in a positive way, and the community seems to care about her a lot and want her to remain. So it really appears to me to be a retaliatory gesture for her to be fired at this point with her glowing record, and I would suggest that that decision be overturned. On the co-location of Howard, Howard is a school that serves a lot of students with special needs and a lot of students who need extra support services even though they may not have been identified as students with special needs. And a school like that, when you see that the community is doing its best to give those students the support they need, you support the school. You don't throw obstacles in the way of those teachers in the community helping the students find success. So obviously co-locating another school there, giving them additional classrooms, taking away spaces that were used to service the students who have those needs is a huge obstacle. And my feeling is that if you honestly feel that you're serving the needs of our students in Oakland, that that's your primary interest, that you will terminate or overturn that decision, even though it may not be convenient, it may not be easy. Do whatever you can do to overturn that decision And if you don't do that, then I have to question your sincerity in really serving Oakland students in the best way possible.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Vanessa Pope, and I'm a teacher at Castlemont High School, or I was until this year. I'm resigning at the end of the year. I just wanted to bring up, and sorry to change the topic, I wanted to bring up a lack of faith in the leadership of Castlemont High School, and I just want to highlight a few points because I believe that a public school at the site is important, but right now it's not being run very well. There are dozens of students who are robbed at knife point and gunpoint on our campus every year. I have never once in 3.5 years been observed by the principal. The sinks in the school run to a trickle, and then we hear about investment in charter schools, and it's really frustrating because what we need to be doing is investing in Castlemont and investing in the public school that already exists. My classroom has never been swept in 3.5 years by anyone other than myself and my students. The security staff are often on their cell phones or absent. There are fights that break out on campus and there's no one around to deal with them because the principal of the school is not running the school. And what's really sad is that there are leaders at the school who could run it well, but they're not in a position to do so. So I would just encourage you to rethink the leadership at Castlemont and also to rethink signing a 40-year contract for improvements to a charter school when the public school is suffering so much.
Thank you so much.
Recently, the district has announced that they'll be using data analytics to help track and error correct trajectories that students are on. And that sounds really great, except using data analytics to track and error correct individual students is virtually impossible. So I'll rephrase. Recently, the district did not announce that they'll be using predictive analytics, predictive modeling, to determine what a group of students will be doing in several years based on certain inputs. They're using an outside company named Core. I really question why the district would enter into such an agreement with anyone to do predictive modeling on students. It could be extremely negative. The positive sides of doing predictive analytics on an individual basis basically don't exist. So I would ask you to rethink what you're doing with Core, who's not only doing this in Oakland Unified, but almost every large school district in California. There's too much of a negative side to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yael Friedman. I teach second grade at Howard. So one of our parent leaders actually emailed our resolution that she read out loud earlier to Director Harris, who didn't want to bring it up on the agenda. And I know that at this time, any two board members can agree to present and vote to present this resolution for a vote, and I'm wondering if there are any board members that are willing to do that right now. Okay, so I think we have our answer, and it's just frustrating because our parents were not consulted. We asked Director Harris to come to a meeting. He came to a meeting. Since then, we've tried to follow. Our parent leaders have tried to follow up with him. You've not been responsive to comment, and so we're really frustrated by that. And we're frustrated that we're trying really hard to engage in this process, and we're being met with very little, really silence and very little action, and we're not being updated or kept informed at all. And so our parents and teachers and community really would like some answers as to how we can move forward with this. And we have received really no information and no information on even how to engage. So like we were told, you said to come to the board meeting on June 12th, so we organized to come to the board meeting on June 12th, and our parents had to wait for over 2 hours. So there's just the lack of transparency in terms of both the decisions that were made regarding the charter co-location and also the process of engaging the school board is very frustrating and really is making our community feel that our needs are not important.
Thank you.
Hi, a couple things. So the Community of Schools plan has been insisting over and over that there will be a quality school in every neighborhood. I did a little bit of homework. It's been, proposed that the campus on Kaiser gets closed. It's the only school, charter or public, that's in the neighborhood of Hill or Highlands. It's the only school, so if you pass that, you'll be doing the exact opposite of what you said. Howard. If the Francophone, there's not enough rooms in that school, I've been there. If the Francophone students move into those rooms, the special ed students will be displaced. And I just have two things. I feel like your all's role is to do what's best for the students and to also follow the law. I think this co-location will prevent both of those things from happening. Because it will put the special ed students into a position where they don't have an appropriate environment to learn in. So I have a question for everybody to think about. If for putting special ed students with disabilities, into a closet or into the hall is not a violation of federal ADA law, what is?
Good evening. I have a statement from Mrs. Darnisha Wright, who was physically assaulted by one of the OUSD school board members.
Greetings, Oakland School Board members, teachers, parents, anyone who cares about the education of students in Oakland. My name is Darnisha Wright. I'm a longtime resident of East Oakland. I am also a teacher at Markham Elementary School. I'm not with you in person today because I will be in Ghana by the time you see this video. I've been the recipient of a Fulbright Hayes Fellowship, and I'll be studying reading, the effects of culture on reading, and also the Twi language, with a goal of bringing that information back to my community here in Oakland to share soon. On March the 1st, I was strike captain at my school and was attacked by a member of the school board. When I brought this to the attention of the school board, they immediately responded by terminating my contract to teach kindergarten at Markham Elementary School. I'm here asking for your support to encourage them to please stop the retaliation against me and allow me to continue serving my community. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all of your help and support.
On a side note, since there's time, I would like to officially call for the resignation of Director Jamoke Hinton Hodge from the school board.
Please.
Hello, my name is Kavenga Fatai. I'm an advocate for the Polynesians of Oakland, California. I used to work for Community Health for Asians and Pacific Islanders. I am here because I am highly supportive of public schools. I grew up and born here. I was at Haven Square before it was Roots. I was at Jefferson before it was Life Academy. And if you guys, I came here for a complete reason, but in short, if you guys put that 40-year lease on Castlemont, that's going to be beginning of the end of all the public schools. So Oakland is Oakland because you have Oakland High, Oakland Tech, Castlemont, Skyline. You need these public schools. Without these public schools, what do you have left? You're already going to lose the Warriors. I mean, what else do you guys want to hold on to here, you know? Number two, there's a lack of leadership, and I'm a poly advocate. I go to all the schools and check on my Polynesian kids, okay? Here I'm trying to tell you there's a lack of leadership at Castlemont. That go way back to my time in 1995. I'm class of 1995 at Fremont High School, okay? But what I want to tell you guys right now, there's an unknown talk that I've never heard, never once on social media, is that Skyline is going downhill. Skyline High School is in worse shape than Castlemont right now. And what they're doing to these students is, if they feel like your child is not going to do good, they will persuade you, your student, before they even talk to the parent, for your student to go to continuation school, Dewey, or whatever the case. They've been doing that for a long time, trying to stay with the rankings of you guys' rankings as far as these public school rankings, okay? My daughter did not walk the stage. She could have. A lot of students could have walked the stage this past last month, okay? So I want to give you guys names because people come up here, they don't give you names. And I'm going to give you names, and I want you guys to please look into this. Is Mrs. Nancy Gonzalez, Nicole Pierce, Garrett Walker, Miss Locke. The new leadership there is worse than last year. Worse than last year. So I want you guys to look into it because what they're doing is they're just throwing our kids to continuation school, even as 10th grade, 11th grade. So that's my time, but I'll be back.
Thank you.
I don't know why you're not in jail. I really don't. You choked a teacher. I don't understand it. I don't understand this board. I don't understand why you continue to attack black and brown public schools. You now have 44 charter schools out of 84. They are primarily located in black and brown neighborhoods. You keep talking about Prop 39 and co-location. And I'm here to tell you and the people behind me that is a big lie if you read Prop 39. It says very clearly that the school board is to provide equitable space for charter schools. But it also goes on to say very clearly, but they are not to be co-located in functioning public schools. And you're doing it. You're violating the law. We should be suing you. We can't wait for some of you to resign and get out of office because this board is yeah, you need to leave and you need to keep going. This board is doing things to black and brown students in this city. You closed 5 schools 3 or 4 years ago. 3 of those schools now are charter. You closed Marshall that was integrated. We now have 16% black students and 65% white students. You look at the school on Castlemont's campus. We're going to now go with a new building and leave the old building over there. That new building, LPS, only has 6% of black students. You also play with the attendance. Parents try to get into certain schools. Preston says the school is full. You look at the enrollment and say, oh, it's a small enrollment, we need to close it. Well, you've tried closing Mac, and we told you where you could go, and don't come back over to West Oakland.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. Why many of us are here today actually is because these things put together represent a direct attack on the public schools in East Oakland. And even more than that, a direct attack on the students that attend those schools. In the case of Mrs. Wright, she's a teacher at Markham Elementary. What we heard is she was told that she could apply for a job at another school in Oakland, but that she just couldn't come back to Markham. You know who loses out in that equation? The students at Markham. Then we have this plan to co-locate a charter school at Howard. And yes, that charter school is already there, but this plan involves them moving into the main school building. And in return, our public school classrooms are going to be displaced, and students are then going to have to be housed in a closet instead of a classroom. And again, who gets hurt in that situation? The students at Howard, our public school students. And then lastly, the most offensive thing tonight is this plan where we've had 10 days notice to give a 40-year lease to a charter school. And beyond some of the board members' personal connections with that charter school's leadership that I find entirely unacceptable, this plan is to allow a charter school to build a new charter building and school in the middle of the Castlemont campus. A move that will cost us revenue because they'll pay less lease then than they do now. And we might be on the hook for tens of millions of dollars if that charter is closed or if they default. But even more than that, you've been telling us for years we have too many schools. So why are we voluntarily giving a private charter school a lease to build a building on our public property with no community engagement, and we had 10 days notice to even find out about it? This is a direct attack on the students in East Oakland, and I know you don't feel shame, but if you did, you should be very ashamed.
Hello, my name is Mayra Alvarado. I'm here to speak in support of Ms. Darnisha Wright. I was a teacher in Encompass for 3 years, in my neighborhood. I live just down the street from Encompass. I am bilingual. I have my B-CLAD. I had all these things that our students need, a Latina teacher in their classroom. And the reason I'm speaking about this is because I had to leave this school because of retaliation, the same sort of retaliation that Ms. Wright is also getting. I was physically assaulted by a scab during the strike. I decided to speak out. What happened? Retaliation by my principal over and over again. And now she can't fire me like, you know, Ms. Wright, her contract was ended because I'm tenured. And she knows that. So what did she do? Push me and push me until I left the school. Now, I love Oakland. This is my home. These are my kiddos, and I'm heartbroken. I'm not going to go to MLA. I'm still staying with my school. But you know I was this close to leaving Oakland. This, to me, along with the charter co-location, shows to me that you do not care about the safety of teachers of color, and therefore you do not care about retaining teachers of color, and therefore, again, do not care about our students of color who need to see more black and brown teachers in their classrooms. And I'm just honestly really heartbroken, and I need to see that there's more accountability with our school's leadership, our admin, and the school board. Now, so stop the retaliation against Ms. Darnisha Wright. Return her to her position at Markham Elementary. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Thomas, and I'm a teacher at West Oakland Middle School. I've been in West Oakland as a teacher for 23 years, but I actually started in the district in 1963 as a student. I allowed my daughters to go through OUSD, even though I'm very disappointed about some of the things that have happened through the years. For instance, teachers not being considered highly qualified many times when, as hard as they struggle, new curriculums and bureaucracy meets us right where it hurts, and no support in the classroom for students that need way more than we can offer them. So I want to say that having Envision coming to our site is very sad for all of us at West Oakland Middle School. I am one of the teachers that was there when KIP came on our site, and it was very embarrassing. Usually there was no collaboration with teachers. Some of the students were told not to even look or speak to our public school students, even though they came from the same community and oftentimes the same family. Because they have more money to spend the way they wanted, they had a chef in the kitchen and all this nice looking, healthy looking food, much healthier than our students were eating. They clearly had more resources because they were giving away way more expensive gifts than we could afford to give for incentives for the students. They took up space we could have used for RJ circles, special ed support, in-house cool-out rooms, special art and project-based lessons, and our electives on Wednesday. I'm asking that the board, even if you've already decided Envision has to come, please don't let them stay longer than this 1 year, and please allow us to have a public school environment as we strive to teach and do better.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Johnson Trammell.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. My name is Laura Rice Hall, and this is Greg Kalkanis. I am vice chair of the sub caucus with OEA, and Greg is our caucus chair.
I'm here to talk about the closure of the co-location at West Oakland Middle School and having Encompass there. I had the pleasure of teaching at West Oakland Middle School during the 2017-2018 school year. And it's a community school. The students are self-confident because they're going to a school in their community, and it's a really healthy environment. And this year I had the pleasure of teaching at McClymonds, and I saw some of the same students. They're going to, the local community school. They're confident. They know their way around. Their parents went there and so forth. And it's a good system. Let's not put Encompass there. That's going to, already Encompass is drawing students from West Oakland Middle School, and it's hurting both West Oakland Middle School and McClymonds. Let's not encourage that by giving Encompass a stronger presence at West Oakland Middle School. That's not good for the students. It's not good for the community.
And what I'm here to speak about is, as a substitute, I've been a substitute teacher in Oakland Unified for a lot of years. We were on strike with the regular teachers. We had a contract, and it's not being honored by the district. We have retro pay demands. We have pay raises that need to be fully retroactive based on the catch-up agreement. No meager 3% raise based on 2014 to 17 daily pay rates. Per the contract, the pay rate is based on 70% of 180.52 or 80%, which is 206.31 of column 1, step 1. Payroll made a mistake. New pay rates are not effective July 1st, 2020. We've got to have a living wage to remain in Oakland. I primarily substitute for the special ed classes, and I sub in some schools where they can't get substitutes. I substitute at Garfield Elementary, where they really have a hard time getting substitutes for their special ed students. And I know for a fact that they're losing two of their special ed teachers. And I sub for this severely disabled kids. And I love it. I wouldn't trade it for anything. But I have to make a living wage to stay in Oakland. I live in Richmond, and the commute is very taxing and very expensive.
Thank you.
Please help us get a living wage.
Thank you.
Honor the contract. It's not please. Follow your rules. It's on paper.
My name is Deirdre Snyder. I've taught for years, recently retired. We keep on asking you to do stuff for the schools. And people wonder why you're not. And I really think it's because you are not beholden to us. You are beholden to the people who have paid for your campaigns. You're not even original in doing this, because there are a whole lot of other places that are going through the same stuff, you know, like Chicago, and Los Angeles has just barely survived this. I know you don't want to talk about it, but everything you're doing fits exactly with the CREEP plan. What you're doing is you're setting up this portfolio district, and you're taking the money out of our public schools, you're squeezing them to death. You are making it so stressful that at Oakland Tech, my school, I still call it mine, 7 teachers left this year. 6 of them walked out of teaching forever because of the pressure that you are putting on. That is not normal for a school like Oakland Tech. Not in the 30 years that I was associated with it did anything like that ever happen. And now, the just general demands that you are making on teachers to test and test and test and not giving them any time to actually teach and to cut all the resources. You can't keep doing this. Well, you're going to try and keep doing that. I know you're going to keep trying on doing it. We're not going to let you.
Hello, I'm Steve Young, parent of 2 children at Kaiser Elementary. You know, we've been here a lot. I've been to the board meetings a lot, but I remember one in particular back in March, the first working day after the strike ended, when you guys rammed through Assembly Bill 1840, saying you needed to cut $24 million because we had a funding crisis. And now I hear, and I also hear, that we want to maintain 2% surplus to stave off the threat of state receivership. And now I hear that we're going to underwrite a $50 million loan for a charter to go on the Castlemont site. We're going to reduce the rent of that charter by $6 million a year. What, I mean, are we on, do we have a funding crisis or don't we? I mean, honestly, you don't need a degree in economics to see that this doesn't add up. This is absolutely whack. And I use the term whack advisedly because one of you sent an email to the teachers of a charter school who sent a letter in support of OEA striking teachers during the strike, calling them whack for being in support of their teaching colleagues. Honestly, guys, you really don't have to be paying attention very much to see that there is some serious, serious corruption going on here.
Good evening. My name is Mireya Rangel. I'm the parent of 2 OUSD students. I'm a community organizer, and I'm here speaking as an individual. I know that it's been a bit difficult year this year, and I recognize that this meeting continues to be difficult, and yet there's still more important decisions that you need to make. I hope that as you make the decisions, you will make them ensuring that across OUSD and charter schools, that need is distributed equitably and that resources are distributed where they're most needed. I also hope that you will continue to hold quality, equity, and sustainability at the heart of your decisions. I ask that you work to build trust because that is something that we are woefully lacking in our city. One way to increase trust is to increase transparency. I also believe that there are community members who are willing and ready to help solve problems with you and hold the problems with you, but you have to be willing to share the burden of the problem with us. I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Please, that is not appropriate. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Craig Gordon, longtime teacher in Oakland since 1990, currently a substitute. You know, and I've seen a lot in, almost 29 years now in this district. Most of us didn't think we could be shocked anymore. But, and I've seen this board and this administration retaliate against people. I was faced retaliation, in fact, by much of it instigated by the same board member that we're talking about tonight, publicly attacked, not physically, but at a board meeting a number of years ago, and then after that ensued tremendous harassment and retaliation that I faced that was the worst, almost drove me out too. And this was for union activity, trying to fight to stop a school closing that I was, of a school that I was at. I represented another representative at a school excellent teacher who had been honored just a few months earlier by this school board for being board certified. You all had your pictures taken with her. And then she was within a few months being set up for incredible retaliation and a horrible experience that year. And this administration, or the administration that's still in place, actually stood by and let that happen. So it was shocking when an excellent teacher, Darnisha Wright, is choked by a school board member, then for standing up is terminated. And she's an excellent African-American teacher who lives in the community where she teaches, exactly the kind of teacher that this board and this district says they value. It's shocking, then shameful, and we were not going to stop until Darnisha Wright is reinstated at Markham Elementary School to serve the children she loves and serves so well. The same thing can be said, by the way, for Howard Elementary and West Oakland Middle School. When you see that students are going to have to be served for special education needs, for restorative justice and other services out of closets, I mean, this is something that is unconscionable, needs to be reversed, as well as the co-location for 40 years at Castlemont High School.
Thank you.
For a charter school.
This was supposed to be for 30 minutes, and so we've been... No, we're still going. You had 2 minutes. You had over 2 minutes. You had 20 minutes, 20 seconds over.
Hi, my name is Adarine Hogue. I teach at East Oakland Pride Elementary School, and I am a site rep there, and I'm also an organizer with Eon BAM. And while I am not surprised that this board continues to do their dirty work during the summer, I do want to say that I'm really impressed and happy that our movement to defend public education showed up tonight in the middle of June after school. I'm really, really happy to see that that West Oakland Middle and Howard are still fighting, are united, are saying that at neither school will we accept this. And I was actually really pleased to see Superintendent Johnson Trammell's email to everyone saying that we needed to respect the rights of charters to be on our campuses, because that told me that what we're doing is working, and that this board actually hates the fact that we are directly organizing against these charter schools. We're going to their board meetings, and we plan to picket and not let them take over our schools. The way we fought and won and didn't have that racist garbage charter school, American Indian Charter, take over our campus was to call them and say, you are not coming here. This is our school. This campus belongs to this community, and you are not welcome. And so I think that we should continue to do that. Our students have a right to their school. And when they have parents and kids coming from outside of their neighborhood that don't look like them, they have a right to stand up and say, this is not right. We will not accept this. And as a teacher, I teach my students to stand up for themselves. That's exactly what students at West Oakland Middle and at Howard, thank you, should do. And that's the movement we're going to continue to build.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen McClelland, and I am a STIP substitute at Esperanza Dual Language Elementary School. And I'm here this evening to speak specifically to the issue of the 70-80 agreement that the district made with the union for STIP substitutes and other substitutes, and the $3,000 in back pay that I did not receive at the end of May, in payment for the 3 months following the agreement of March, April, and May. I've been a STIP sub at Esperanza for 3 years now, and my primary job is to work as a bilingual reading intervention teacher, so I teach reading in both English and Spanish. When I started my career as a STIP sub 3 years ago, I knew that earning about $30,000 a year would be far less than a full-time classroom teacher. And now I'm only able to live in Oakland with these wages because I live in subsidized housing and I draw on a very little Social Security. It's getting harder and harder to survive financially. I'm one of the older teachers who wanted to come back and make a difference for Oakland children. I brought a lot of experience in the particular field that I'm teaching, and I'm sorry that I'm being so poorly respected by the district for the work that I do. I was pleased to learn about the decision that the board had made, the district had made, And I was devastated to learn this week that the trust that we held for the district was misplaced. I have noticed that salaries for STIP subs coming up next year are still $31,000, only $1,000 more than they were 3 years ago when I came. I seriously doubt that I can continue to do this work if the district doesn't somehow find a way to respect the agreement to increase the salary of substitutes and STIP teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, my name is Gerald. I have my grandson and numerous nieces and nephews going to the public schools still in Oakland. I'm afraid to mention those public schools given the nature of the petty, vindictive attack against Miss Wright. I actually know her. This is not, I worked with a group of people that adopted Markham as a school that we would work with. And we worked there. We showed up every morning to distribute literature to the parents. We came in the afternoon, and we knocked on every door in the periphery of the school to make sure that the community understood why the strike was taking place. Apparently, we did a pretty good job. At one point, the parents organized themselves into a strike support rally 3 days before the strike. This was good to me because it meant self-organization. This is what we're working towards. Now, while these parents led the way, you know, I don't know, this is kind of difficult to talk about because it should be obvious, and I'm wondering, I mean, I understand people take campaign donations and things, but is this the dog, you know, wagging the tail or the tail wagging the dog here? This doesn't make any sense. How do you turn on a teacher who was actually evaluated by a principal 1 week before she got the word from you? She got a positive evaluation from her principal. What are we talking about here? Well, let's make it clear. If Mrs. Darnisha Wright is indeed does not continue at Markham, what are we really facing? It's an attack on the community. Yes, it is an attack on the students, the teachers, and the parents. And believe me, I have talked to a number of the parents. They all respect her. Thank you for listening.
My name is Kim Davis. I'm a parent. I fully support the things that have been talked about. The co-location at Howard in particular is just outrageous, and West Oakland Middle School deserves an opportunity to grow, and I'll talk more about Castlemont. But I wanted to just briefly finish some remarks that I wasn't able to finish last week because Director London shut my mic off, and that's about how the admin building and how a leak in an admin building is now going to cost taxpayers $81.65 million. And I'm going to do it briefly, but in 2013 we had a leak at the building across the street, 1025. Which, according to the insurance company, could have been repaired for $7 million and could have been actually upgraded substantially for $26 million. That was in 2013. A decision was made at some point to use the insurance money to pay for rent at 1000 Broadway. Instead of, moving forward very quickly, they delayed. The project was supposed to be finished in 3 years, which would have been 2016. Kind of moving on, we had all the big, beautiful $100 million buildings that Superintendent Wilson wanted to build. Didn't do those. Still haven't made a decision. In December of 2016, finally they decide that they're going to build something at Cole for $50 million, or excuse me, at 1025 for $50 million, plus $10 million for Dewey. So I just want to add all of this up. So instead of paying $26 million in 2013 and no rent on 1000 Broadway, we will ultimately pay $62.35 million or more for Cole, plus $19.3 million or so in rent that is not covered by insurance, for a total cost of $81.65 million. That's $56 million that has been wasted. This board has wasted more than $150 million of bond money by your own accounting. Don't ask for another bond. It's not appropriate.
Hi, my name's Autumn, and I have the privilege of being a teacher at Esperanza Elementary. And I want to bring this back to actually what Mike Hutchinson was talking about, which is this is a systematic attack on Deep East Oakland schools. And I want you guys to hold that, and I want everyone in this room to hold that. At Esperanza, we were forced, because of budget cuts, to choose between having a combo class, which we are fervently against, or cutting a STIP. What kind of decision is that for us to have to make as a school community? How dare you force a school community to make that kind of decision? How dare you force a school community to lose someone like Karen, who has made incredible, incredible impact on our students? How dare you? And then let's blow it out further with the flagrant use of power against Arnisha Wright. How dare you? She got stellar reviews. She is on a Fulbright scholarship. You attacked her, and she said nothing until it got to the point that she had to, and then she was dismissed. How dare you? You have students, special ed, black and brown children at Howard Elementary in closets, while students not from our community are learning French with Francophone with that charter. How dare you? And then you go to Castlemont and you give a 40-year lease to a charter, destroying that community as well. How dare you?
Hello, my name is Michael Shane. As a resident of District 3, I would also like to demand the resignation of Director Hinton Hodge. Director, you've been a nightmare for public education in West Oakland, and it's high time you left your position. As a public school teacher in OUSD, I can talk about co-locations because I work at King Estates, which is co-located with Baytech Charter. At the end of the 17-18 school year, the principal of Baytech left the country with $450,000 of taxpayer dollars that should have gone to public education. Baytech was charging parents for graduation tickets. They were charging parents and forcing them to buy the uniforms that the school provides. This is what happens when you turn public education over to private sector interests. All right? So I'm not sure why, we continually have, this direction from the board. It's been, at least since I've been in Oakland, in 2007, you've done nothing but promote charters. And you're going to see what happens when you turn public education, public space over to the private sector. All right? The decisions made when the private sector takes over are not made on behalf of students or their parents. They're made on behalf of shareholders. That is exactly the opposite. They're the reason that public education in this country is a disaster. Understand that. And then make better choices. And also, I don't understand, I would really, really like to demand each and every one of your resignations, including you, Superintendent, because we've not seen any direction, any change. People were excited that they hired you, and I still can't imagine why they were so excited, because you've done nothing except continue the private sector playbook. All right?
So at this time, we are moving on into our agenda. We're on page 11. Actually, we're on page 10. Are there any modifications to the agenda from the board? All right, seeing none. We do not have any student board member report tonight. We did honor Director Chavez earlier this evening. As for the president's report, I just wanted to announce the upcoming board meetings. We do have a number of special board meetings that are coming up. We know June is always a busy time as we're trying to wrap up the budget and wrap up the fiscal year. So in terms of upcoming meetings, we will have a meeting a week from tonight. It will be a special meeting that will cover both an update on the Blueprint for Quality Schools. That it will be a 2-hour update starting at 6 p.m. We will also have a presentation on the budget, which, as you heard from our superintendent earlier today, it was not ready for a public hearing for tonight, but there will be a reading and presentation on the 19th. The board will also have a retreat that we will be participating in on the 21st and 22nd, followed by the public hearings, which are noticed for Monday, June 24th at 6 p.m. here in the Great Room. That will be the public hearing for the LCAP and for the budget, which do need to statutorily be presented at the same time. On June 26th, we'll have our final board meeting of the year. That will be when we will be adopting the LCAP and the budget and other items that will close out our fiscal year. And so that's a list of our upcoming meetings. It will be a busy remainder of the month, but we do look forward to the discussion and the adoption at those meetings. At this time, we'll move to the superintendent report. I will turn over to Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and community. I just have one simple announcement, and I wanted to thank our Director of Transportation and Senator Skinner. We now have our AC Transit services for our students for 1920 school year and 2021 fully covered. So we're excited that we will be able to continue to provide transportation services to our students that rely on them, not just for 1 year, but for 2 years in a row. So again, I just want to continue to lift up what happens when we come together as a city, both board leadership. I want to thank members of the board who've worked on this for over 2 to 3 years, as well as some of our city leadership and parents who've advocated for that as well. Thank you.
Great. At this time, we have comments by bargaining units. Are there any labor partners that are here that would like to speak? And this is reserved for leadership or their designee. All right. Does not appear so. Okay, so we now have public comment on the agenda items A through N. Are there any additional public comments for item O?
There are approximately 10 cards on A through N, or less. Mary Hill. Okay. Jack Harbor. Vanessa Pope. Thomas Sham. Deya Farris. And again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Jim Mordecai. Amanda Seaton. Aaliyah Ghabra, Craig Gordon, and Ben Tapscott.
Okay. Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, I'd like to address my remark to the superintendent in terms of process, is that some people come up from the public and say things that I don't really know much about, and some of them are legalistic. And you used to have a lawyer that's available, and you could raise the question with the lawyer. I don't see the lawyer available, but maybe the lawyer's there and I can't see them. But my point of process is that when the public raises a question, for your decision is not to respond to questions, which is that's within your power. to treat the public in that fashion. That's fine. That's how you want to do it. From my viewpoint, that's fine. Maybe some people also disagree. Previous superintendents have tried to capture what the public said. And they'd actually assign a staff person to go up to the person and try to get what their concern was and then address that concern. I think that's user-friendly. I think that's something that the superintendent should consider when listening. Now, Coach Talps raised a question, a controversial issue. It's over co-locations. And he read a part of what he feels is the law. But as we all know, the law is very complicated, so maybe there's another part of it. But the public won't know it if they were actually paying attention and watching that. So I would urge the superintendent to address Coach Talp's issue about co-location and speak to your council and get it clarified, because it's an important issue to raise. And it's an important issue not just to sit and ignore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. And as somebody who's been coming to school board meetings literally since before I was born, who has the pictures to prove it, this has been the most dysfunctional, chaotic year we've ever had in OUSD before. And the responsibility lies directly solely on the shoulders of the people who sit on that dais. You know, some of the things that you've been telling us all year long, we've heard it from both the superintendent and the board president directly. Stuff about the budget, where all of a sudden the information we've been told all year wasn't accurate. We were here at the start of the year and you guaranteed that there would be no deficit this year. There was no deficit. The latest FCMAT report shows there's a deficit. Last year you told us there was a deficit all year long, and it turned out when we closed the books we had $30 million. How can we trust your word? For 2 years you've been trying to vote on cohort number 2 of the blueprint process, a process that the community already stopped once until Director Shanta Gonzalez rewrote the policy. And now again, you're not going to vote until August 15th at the soonest. So how can we trust your word? And then to top it off, this idea with Castlemont, with 10 days notice for the community. You know, I don't question people's claims to Oakland, but one of the things that I do know is anyone who really cares about Oakland, who's invested in the community, would not roll out a plan with 10 days notice to allow a charter school to be built in the middle of the Castlemont campus. It's really unconscionable. And you know the community won't support it. That's why you've done it to us in this way. I mean, I know people must be sending you emails. I know people must be stopping you out on the street. We are so fed up. And personally, I'm so disappointed in many of you who I've known for a long time. This is just entirely unacceptable. And we've given you chance over chance to change your ways. You've left us no choice other than to force you into doing what you should have been doing all along. You've declared war on the community, and our only response will be to defend the community we love.
Hi, my name is Janice Falco, and I came to speak a little bit about something that I think Director Hodge knows. Maybe you remember me from the day that you busted or tried to bust through the protest lines. Do you remember that day? Do you remember me? Don't remember me, huh? And yet there's many videos where we're staring at each other right in the eye. and I'm talking to you, and I'm reminding you about what I think your legacy should be based on the civil rights movement that you participated in, based on now being bought and paid for by charter schools that I'm sure when you joined
Excuse
this
me,
board,
President
you didn't
Ng, we
plan
have
to
a
do
board
that.
policy around no personal attacks. I believe that this public speaker is, I believe this is violating our norm of no personal attacks.
Well, let me continue then, and I won't make it personal. There's a video that's captured an event that is now become a legal issue, and I was there, and I saw what happened, and I'll leave it at that.
May 16th, 2019, we still have lead 3 years later at McClymonds. The girls' shower area, the men's shower area, 15 parts per billion, Superintendent. Pediatricians say any lead causes permanent cognitive development. This 5 parts per billion is for water on lawns and shrubbery, and here we are, and we've got Measure J. And people at the district office have made the comment, are you cheering me or are you just stretching? Thank you. Well, we're not going to spend $90,000 repiping MAC. Well, if we still have lead in the water in the gym, it's because we still have pipes that contain lead. We talked to you in August about West Oakland Middle. We have 300 young kids, girls and boys, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, leaving West Oakland every morning because this board, this superintendent, will not give us a full middle school. I said, Superintendent, can you move those Lafayette kids to Prescott and Martin Luther King? She said, not this year. Well, where did Envision come from? This board is pro-charter and it's very clear. What we have done to primarily black and brown students in this city, and when it comes to education, it's disgraceful. The fact that we are affecting young kids and we will affect the generations after that because we're not educating them. All the charters are located in black and brown neighborhoods. And now Envision is riding in. Your new plan, let's put some beautiful buildings on some of the public school campuses, and in a couple of years, all the kids will move over to the charter school, beautiful building, and you'll destroy another public school. You close 5, and now 3 are chartered. So your tactic has changed. A 40-year lease.
Thank you. Your time is up.
What gave?
At this time, we will move on to the adoption of general consent report. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report?
Second.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. Is there any comments or questions on the the general consent report by the board? Board comment first. Yes, Vice President Linden.
Superintendent, I want to thank you and your staff for putting on this consent agenda all of the single plan for student achievement or whatever. I know that SPSA may stand for something else now, and the after-school contracts for the coming year are being approved tonight in advance of the start date, and this is huge, huge progress. I know that it was probably a real push to get that to happen across so many schools, but it's really great that that is happening, and I hope that this is an ongoing direction and that our schools at the first board meeting in August will be able to put on the agenda the additional contracts that they expect to utilize for the coming years so that everything is approved before the work begins. So please convey my thanks to the staff for that.
Thanks, Vice President London. Looks like we have some public comment on this as well. Mr. Rakestraw is making his way up.
We have several cards on this item. Kim Davis, Ben Bisnick, Jim Mordecai, Ben Tapscott, and Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual on the consent agenda on page 36. We have former General Counsel Mary McWilliams. So you're going to put essentially a $10,000 retainer for her to come back. Actually, I just wanted to point out there's a lot of money being spent on legal. That makes sense to me. If somebody was here and they have knowledge, and you have new people taking over a position, this is an example of, I think, a reasonable expense I wouldn't say anything about. But collectively, on the same page, you've got $300,000, looks like basically a retainer. The issue I have is that it refers to Measure J and then general purpose. Now, the problem here, you're going to approve this, and you don't know if that's Measure J money spent appropriate or not. Or that's putting somebody on a retainer who maybe during the time period, I think it's 3 years, some issue will come up and they'll be available to address that. I don't, that's sort of in the, I'm not quite sure if that's appropriate. But if you turn the page over, we have a different general counsel who, I think this one is from Walnut Creek, and the question is, too bad there weren't some lawyers from Oakland that you could hire, but that's just local bias. So that's a $300,000, but it's basically $100,000 a year, which looks like a retainer, which doesn't seem like a huge amount. But I don't, you know, it's sort of like, hiring out. But the one that's really interesting is this law firm, which they call the 3 Fs. Those are, I guess, negative people that call it the 3 Fs. But anyhow, that particular one is $185,000.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Not to exceed $485,000. That's a lot of money.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can we have the next speaker, please?
You're welcome.
Kim Davis, parent. I also was struck by the 6 separate contracts involving attorney's fees on this. And just kind of generally the lack of concern about the things that are in the general consent report that no one wants to talk about. Just 2 other items. One, I think it's problematic that we're hiring someone to do charter school oversight who is on the board of New Schools Venture Fund and spent 12 years with Aspire Public Schools. Doesn't seem to me to be someone perhaps that would be used to advocating for OUSD interests. And the other is just kind of, interesting. On here, something about the Kaiser Finishing Kitchen, and I don't know a lot about the project, but I'm assuming that we've had a project and we're finishing up with it. But, as we're now looking to move Kaiser from its site and make it not a school anymore and put them at Sankofa, and similarly, Sankofa had their portables removed in the fall, and I understand that Kaiser and Sankofa together are too big for the Sankofa campus without those portables. So it's hard to understand why there isn't some sort of cohesive thought process that goes into all this, so we are not wasting money on a finishing kitchen at Kaiser that ultimately perhaps will be closed by the district. Thanks.
Mike Hutchinson. I agree we shouldn't be hiring anyone on the New Schools Venture Fund board. And we need to remember they're one of the biggest funders of Go Public Schools, who happen to be the same people who funded all your elections. So I agree also with Mr. Mordecai with the amount of legal contracts in this consent report really leaves open a lot of questions, especially since we're supposed to have a legal team internally that you already pay for. So this is on top of that. So we have one contract here for 3 years from now until 2020, not to exceed $300,000 each fiscal year. That's a $900,000 contract. Another one for $10,000 for 1 year. Another one for $300,000 again for 3 years. That's a $900,000 contract. Here's another one that ups the amount we're paying this year, which already happened, this year, adding on another $185,000 to what we already spent of the $300,000. Here's another one for $300,000 each year for 3 years, a $900,000 contract. And here's the last one. For some reason, these guys only get $50,000 a year for 3 years. So just my quick mental math, that's $1 million a year for the next 3 years, on top of our internal legal department, to just hold them just in case. Now, here's the other part that we need to keep in mind. Like, the district's under suit right now about Prop 39 from CCSA, and has been since 2016. Not once has we ever, as a public or a community, heard what's happened with that. We know that somebody's negotiating on our behalf. Are these people? Are they also tied to New Schools Venture Fund? So this is a setup where charter schools are negotiating with themselves behind closed doors, using the school board as cover because they spent millions of dollars for your elections? It would sure seem that way. And the last thing is, why do we need to outdate these contracts for the next 3 years and tie us into having to spend this money and have them on retainer, especially since we're going to work really hard to make sure next year 4 of you are replaced? Unacceptable at a time when supposedly we don't have enough money even for our schools, and you want to cut more.
Thank
but
you.
We got
Let's have
money
the
for
next
legal
speaker,
services.
please. Where is the contract? Where is the contract to eradicate our lead in our schools? There are 2 drinking fountains out there that I tried to see if they're operational or not. Drinking fountains on the girls' and boys' side, it's in addition to the showers.
Mr. Tapscott, is there an item on the consent agenda that you're directing this comment to?
I'm talking about contracts, and I'm talking about wasting money, and I'm talking about lead in our water for 3 years. That's what I'm talking about. And why can't we solve the problem and repipe that black school? That's what I'm talking about. It wouldn't happen at Tech. It wouldn't happen at Skyline. It wouldn't happen at Oakland High.
At this point in the agenda, Mr. Tapscott, we are
sorry?
asking for comment on the
You're
consent
getting
agenda.
comments that you don't like. That's why you want me
I
to
would
stop.
like you to tie it to an item on the consent agenda. That is the purpose
All these
of this.
contracts you're approving, where is the one to eradicate lead in our schools? That's the question. And it has to do with contracts.
Thank you.
Your child wouldn't be drinking that water.
We're now going to call the roll on the consent agenda. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please? And please remember, Director Gonzalez is on the line.
Miss. Ms. Floyd, would you please call the roll?
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Abstain.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Director Torres. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The consent report is adopted.
Thank you. At this time, we're on unfinished business. Is there a motion to adopt item S1, which is the material revision for
So moved.
Oakland Charter Academy?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Torres. We did have a public hearing on this item a few weeks back. We have our Director of Charter Schools, Ms. Sonali Marca, making her way up to provide us some more information.
Thank you, President Ng. Sonali Mararka, Director of the Office of Charter Schools. I don't have a formal presentation, just some talking points to accompany the staff report. So this material revision is for Oakland Charter Academy, which is an A-method school. The school is applying for a material revision to add a lottery preference of several zip codes in the neighborhood. As mentioned in our staff report, the impact of that change would be small. Last year, all students were eventually admitted off of the waiting list. So if these lottery preferences had been in place, it would have just been a change in which students got an immediate offer versus getting in off the wait list. We also do appreciate that all of the proposed zip codes that they're proposing to prioritize have a higher percentage of African American students than is at the school. And so we do believe this priority could help to diversify the school over time. And in addition to this lottery preference change, the charter school has made a number of text revisions that reflect updates to the law. For example, text revisions to reflect changes in the test for English learners. We recommend approval of this material revision. Happy to answer any other questions, and there are also representatives from the charter school.
Questions for Ms. Marika from the board?
Just an appreciation around the zip code piece. I maybe should thank you all for doing it. But to the charter office, I think, well, we didn't authorize latitude, but it would be great to know how that actually can impact. You know, because I don't know if it's proven. Did you guys feel like you saw someone else do it? Like, what makes you think that? And if, in terms of just African Americans, there's still so much of a decline. I don't know that our population has stabilized in any kind of way. So again, while appreciating that, I also know that like there's going to be some other things that have to happen too, right? Like the zip codes that we probably formerly were in, we may not be in anymore, or may not be in large numbers. So I just want to say that like I feel like we do a really great job of thinking about stuff and being innovative around stuff, but like evaluating and assessing it is a really next great step for us to kind of look at. Because it just, yeah, I mean, and on the politics side of it, right, it creates, again, some opportunity to kind of look at like how Black and brown families are actually choosing. And so if there's really clear data around that, I think, and how operators are approaching that, it would be really, really important, because there's narratives, right? But I don't know if we'll hear this narrative very clearly. So I hope, one, you will pay attention to the narrative, you know, look at it. May not be perfect, but figure that out. And obviously, as a charter office, I can't direct you. So to the superintendent, I would love to see that the charter office would hold that kind of information. So, thank you.
Director Yi.
I have a quick question on the material revision. Was the enrollment cap at the schools consistent, or has it changed as a result of this material revision?
There was no change to the enrollment cap.
Okay, so it seems to me as part of the citywide plan, it's really important for us to hold the notion of let's say balance, or I don't know exactly how else to talk about it, but I appreciate the fact that there was no connection between the shift in the boundaries and the overall size of the school, and so I appreciate you affirming that and affirming that commitment to the citywide plan.
Any other questions by the board? What about public comment on this item? Thank you, Ms. Marika.
I don't see any cards on this item.
Okay, are there any public comments on S1? It looks like.
Mike Hutchinson, I just want to point out real quickly, factually, charter schools don't have boundaries. So I don't know why we're talking about boundaries. This material revision means they go from a wait list to a lottery. And I think it's really interesting the amount of time the board puts into working with charter schools for a material revision, while at the same time for Castlemont, you're just going to go ahead and put a charter school on their campus without even engaging with the community at all. The other thing is, you know, I listen real closely to what the board members say, and I might not believe you, but I actually listen closely. And one of the reasons I don't believe you is here's your opportunity to do some of the things you say you want to do, to add conditions to charter schools, to be more in control, to make them agree to be a part of our SELPA, to make them pay on the state loan. Why not make them actually use the same enrollment priorities that our public schools use? There's all these things that you could use if you really wanted to put a check on charter schools. But instead what you do is you bend over backwards, and when you don't have to, every time they turn in a material revision, sure, go ahead. Every time they apply to lease more of our public space, sure, go ahead. And you're the ones making that decision without even consulting the community that elected you.
All right, seeing no other public comment, Ms. Floyd, I believe we're ready for a roll call.
On the roll call, Director Harris. Yes. Director Gonzalez. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item S2? This is the Charter School Facilities Agreement for Leadership Public Schools at Castlemont. Second reading.
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Yee. I know that there was a first reading on this last week. I don't know if there's any updates, Ms. Marca, that you wanted to point out from the last presentation. If so, this is the time to address the board. Thank you.
Sorry, let me just set up. So in terms of changes to the lease, there's only one change from the first read to the second read. Per request that came up last week, the initial term of the lease is now 15 years rather than 20, and then the second term is 15 years, and then the third term is 10. So last week, as you know, we heard jointly from the principals of Castlemont and LPS about their vision for the Castlemont community of schools and how Prop 51 plays a part of that. We also did a first read of the long-term lease agreement and talked about how LPS fits the long-term lease criteria that the board approved last month. I was planning to respond to a few specific questions that came up at last week's meeting, and we also have other folks here to help answer questions as they may come up. Yvette Renteria, Deputy Chief of Innovation, who can answer questions about citywide map, Vanessa Cifuentes from the High School Network, who can answer questions about community engagement, and we have representatives from LPS to also answer questions. So can I go through, does it make sense for me to go through a few of the questions that came up? Okay, great. So one question that came up from Dr. Gonzalez, do the lease terms allow the district to get out of the lease when it comes up for renewal? So as we mentioned last time, we have the option to reopen for negotiations, but we do not have the option to unilaterally get out of the lease. We presented language to LPS that would allow more mutual getting out of the lease. They were not comfortable with that language given the 30-year loan they would be taking on, so the lease we're bringing forward today reflects the same language as last week. And as I mentioned, we have LPS representatives here if you want to ask them more directly about that. Question about if the charter school closes, are you responsible for taking over their debt payments? So this process is actually outlined in the Prop 51 MOU from the state, which is a separate item today. As we discussed last time, if the charter school closes, first the district would look to see if there's a different charter school interested in the property and taking over the debt. If the successor charter school is not identified, then the district would take possession of the facility and would take on the debt, and then could potentially surplus the property to pay off the debt. I will say also in the MOU, there's a provision that the debt payments from the district could be reduced or eliminated if the school district were in financial hardship when the charter applied for Prop 51. And so if that were to kick in, we would have to certify that we would be using the facilities for public school purposes for 5 years. We've been working with the state to understand if we would meet that official definition of financial hardship. It's a pretty involved application process for them to evaluate it, so they weren't able to give us an immediate answer. But I will say, in addition to the official definition of financial hardship, there's also an appeals process that the district could go through to prove financial hardship. And again, then that would reduce or eliminate the debt payments that the district would take on. Financial analysis, talked about it this last time as well. Just to quickly review, the additional fees that would be coming in through the percentages of LCFF revenue are about 2.5 to 3 million. And under the Prop 39 rate, the estimate over that same period would be about $8 million that would be brought in. So that's a difference of $5 to $5.5 million. A few other considerations. Under Prop 51, LPS will be responsible for all the facilities repair and maintenance, which actually the district is responsible for under Prop 39. And per the Jacobs study, given some of the seismic issues with the building that LPS currently occupies, there actually is a fair amount of potential facilities repair responsibilities we could be responsible for. And then, of course, also on the financial side, there's the value that LPS would be investing into the site, which could be up to $28 million from Prop 51. So related to the financial analysis, this is the last question I'll address. There's a question of whether we could charge more in rent to the charter school. So unlike Prop 39, this is an in lieu of lease, so there's no mandated rate to charge. Through extended negotiations that have been going on for months with legal counsels, this was the most LPS was willing to pay for, given the financial burden of the debt they'd be taking on. So again, you're welcome to ask them directly about that. And I will note that we're getting more rent out of this Prop 51 agreement than any of the other Prop 51 agreements in other districts that I'm aware of.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make one correction as before we open this up for questions. I know Director Gonzalez wants to speak too. Is that the item that was posted, it still says the 20-year lease term? So
I think it's the 2 leases back to back. That's what I saw. So the old lease is there, and then under it, if you keep scrolling, the new lease.
So the lease on top says 15-year? Okay, so
or the lease on bottom, I think it was appended to the bottom of the document.
Okay, so we will double check that, but then also the motion that is printed says, still says 20-year, so we'll have to make an amendment to amend it to 15-year if that is.
Amend the motion of.
Well, it can be friendly if it's done.
Okay, friendly. Just change it to reflect
2034?
2034.
2019 to 2034, which would be a 15-year. And the lease terms, as I heard it, was 15-year, 15, 10?
That's right.
Okay. We will double check the documents right now. Director Gonzalez, why don't you go ahead first, and then we can take questions from the board.
Thanks, President Ng. So, colleague, just wanted to share why I won't be supporting this. I'm not comfortable taking on a lease of this length. And none of us will be around on the board at that time, and some of us may actually be passed on. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to potentially be saddling a future board with a debt. We like how LPS is doing today, but we don't know how they're going to be doing in 15 years, 40 years. So I don't want to be visiting potentially poor financial decisions on another board down the road if the board is forced to assume the loan. And the other thing is just the psychological impact on our students. Us being a shiny new building for LPS and their facilities, we don't know what's going to happen with our ability to upgrade our facilities at Castlemont. It's very nice that LPS wants to raise money to support upgrades for Castle as well, but there's no way to enforce that. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. And so I don't want our students to be dealing with a situation of seeing beautiful new facilities for students that they can't access. So I won't be supporting this, but I'm grateful for the partnership between LPS and Castle. And if you guys support it, I hope that it becomes a very fruitful or continues to be a fruitful relationship.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Let's take comments or questions from the board here. And we did double check. You are correct. It is correct. Yeah, the document is uploaded to the file. Director Harris.
I will be supporting this for the following reasons. So I just want to share with you kind of my list. A lot of information was shared tonight. If you're watching at home, please fact check a lot of what you heard. I just invite you to do that. It is, in fact, amazing that people can say whatever they want and that we are not bound by the idea of truth. So what this is, as was just described, a 15-year with potential to opt out after 15 and a 10 with 10 tacked on at the end of that. You done, sir? No, I'm not. Then leave. Okay.
No back and forth, please. No yelling.
Point of order.
Please do not yell at the board. All right.
Okay. We'll just wait on you, sir.
Please, can we not shout back and forth, please? Does another board member want to go, or do you want to go ahead?
No, I'm being interrupted, and I'm waiting for him to finish.
Okay.
Okay, sounds like he's done. So it's a $28 million investment in the Castlemont campus. The charter is there now. This was shared. It would be moved onto the campus. Leadership has been a part of the Castlemont community. The district holds the title. In addition to the 1% oversight fee we'll be receiving, as it was just described, $3 million additional dollars will come to the district. The Pacific Charter Development Company has committed to $750,000 that we can pair other contributions with from other community to invest directly in the Castlemont facility. This is new classrooms for students that live in my district. So contrary to popular opinion, these are students that live in District 7, that live around Castlemont, and I invite you to talk to some of those students. In addition to that, it will add an early college center for Castlemont and LPS students. They have said charter enrollment is capped. They, in fact, will not be growing, as was protested earlier this evening. And the district in this moment has committed, and I am committed, to the continuation of Castlemont as a high school. Since I joined the board when Castlemont's population and enrollment was about 400 students, it is now over 850 students. We plan to continue to grow as a community. Continued commitment to Castlemont, continued commitment to the concept of neighborhood school, continued commitment to an opportunity that uplifts the district.
Thank you, Director Harris. Who else would like to speak from the board? Director Henhage.
Thank you, Director Harris. I feel like, yeah, truth can get a little smushy out there. I think, and there might be some public speakers that are going to kind of talk to this Prop 51 piece, and I just want to kind of remind us as voters, I know I voted on Prop 51 in 2016, and it was a $9 billion award, what we call it, a bond, that the residents of the state of California said, hey, we're going to invest in construction of our buildings. And I can't remember the number, but probably Director London will remember, like, if you go anywhere and you ask what that real number is around restoring our schools or rebuilding our schools, it is well over $9 billion. And that wasn't money for charters. That was money for public school buildings. In that, there was a carve out for charter schools, since they don't have facilities, to be able to access the dollars and use it for a public school facility, right? In Oakland, California, the only educators, the only institutions, the only delivery system that said, I am going to take advantage of the money was charter schools. It's their money too. It's all of ours money. And so at the end of the day, as a district, we have some responsibility to, when those calls come, we have to answer. We have to be really clear on top of our game, and we can be like, oh, leadership was this, and it was, you know, moving around, and it was sketchy. We cannot miss opportunity. And this is, I'm voting on this because I'm super pragmatic. I'm getting someone else to refurbish my building. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm not going to have a problem with it when the other Prop 51 issues come up. So I would say to the community, instead of like, you know, us, what do you call that when you just gaslight and you just kind of like live in that world? Like as a staff, as a community, as leadership, we need to be prepared because the onslaught coming after us, you're right, it's not going to stop. I'll probably be the poster child of anyone that wants to do any kind of attack. But at the end of the day, we have over $2.2 billion worth of facility work that we need to do inside of our own district. So, no, I am going to be really clear when ABIA comes up, when Achieve comes up, when I think KIP will come up, when Urban Montessori comes up. You hear the theme here? Nothing about a traditional school went for this money. That is on us.
Shouting from the audience,
So,
please. Please.
I know, and I'm sorry, I'm
No
being
shouting
pretty
from the
loud
audience.
and emotional about this because, again, when someone says that I may not be here or I'll be gone in a year and I don't have a responsibility in terms of longevity, I didn't come on this board to get reelected and to do this work for 4 years. I came on here to look out for the advantages of our children that for decades people have overlooked. So yeah, if I can put something in perpetuity for the next 40 years for my babies, that's what I'm about to do. And so, yeah, I am excited to vote for this. I'm excited for leadership. I'm excited for adults who have gotten out of the way and decided to educate young people.
Director Yee.
Thank you. I just want to begin by thanking Mr. Mordecai, who sent me a private email asking me some specific questions about it. What it did for me was it maybe had me reflect on my own values and purposes around supporting this Prop 51 decision. And here's what the content of what I wrote him. For the past decade, I've been working informally in many ways to support Castlemont. I would say that I've visited the school, its leadership, its teachers, its students about 5 times a year over the past 10 years. Here are some of the takeaways that I can recall best. 1, helping to start and lead the Castlemont High School Alumni Association. Enhancing SUDA and now CHIA with dual enrollment with grants with paid summer internships. 3, resisting the efforts of Youth Uprising to take over this entire school and convert it into a charter. 4, supporting Kevin Taylor's recruitment of Will Cheverine to be the principal and later Frankie Navarro to be its athletic director. 5, introducing and passing Measure N to pump more money into all of our high schools with accountability and in particular Castlemont High School. 6, finally this past year helping to get a significant San Francisco Foundation grant for Principal Will and Castlemont, numbering around $200,000 a year for the next 3 years. Most importantly, this particular proposal and the accompanying efforts that LPS and Castlemont agree to do together, along with the district, will set a high bar for Prop 51 future applications, and there are many coming. They represent the best example of the superintendent and the board's citywide plan that was adopted by this board and developed by Superintendent Kyla. How we move forward after this proposal with clear implementation standards and accountability and outcomes for Castlemont and LPS and thinking toward future ways of imagining our city's needs, resources, and facilities will be the direction I hope we can move in the coming years together, Mr. Mordecai and me. And you and I have worked together over many years, through many schools, through many decisions, and I wanted to let you know how important this is to East Oakland, to Castlemont, and to me. Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Thank you, Director Yee, alma mater of the school. Director Torres.
So I think my sentiments are similar to Director Gonzalez, who's on the phone, in the sense that this district has an exorbitant amount of work going on from a history of lack of stable leadership, and therefore this district has struggled with knowing what direction it's going in its efforts to improve student outcomes. It's not going well, and it's not going in a direction that, in my opinion, after 7 years, is consistent. And to have parents come and say they couldn't enroll in Howard, but we're squeezing them out of more classrooms for a charter school that has classes half the size. Francophone has classrooms of 12 students, and Howard has 27, 28 students. Knowing that we are not allowing parents to enroll in their neighborhood school, and now parents at Francophone are being told they're going to get the whole Howard campus. Those parents are telling us from personal experience. So having gone and seen the storage closet where special education is going to happen, probably against the law, where mental health services are going to be provided, taking over the teacher lounge, well, they will probably have a contract violation. Having seen the various things at Howard doesn't give me faith, and it definitely supports my belief that there is no real direction that we're going when it comes to charters and co-locating and giving up facilities. So I can't support this because it doesn't fall on a context of we've been doing right by our families. We haven't been doing right by our families. So I can't support this as another nail in the coffin to kill the district from being able to financially survive. And I think that the superintendent probably doesn't sleep well to the extent that while we continue to lose enrollment, and I got up here with 38,000 kids, and tonight I heard somebody say to our student director, you know, in his plaque, that now there's 36,000, and we're just banking on reduction. And what's the tipping point? The millions we lose with 100 kids, 200 kids, and so we're banking on financial ruin, and knowing that there are 7 districts in this state that are 100% charter, I think Oakland is going to be number 8. So I can't support this.
Vice President Lennon.
Thank you. And thank you and your staff for the work on this and everyone who's been involved. I know this has been a long process. I'm going to support this deal and this agreement, and there are several reasons why. First, I think this is an extraordinary example of how we can partner with charter schools. There are many, many benefits in this agreement to the district, including leadership is going to build a joint college career center that will be jointly used by Castlemont. I was very impressed last week by the testimony from the Castlemont faculty, the leadership at Castlemont, about the level of collaboration between the two schools, including that they are jointly offering opportunities for the students to compete in athletic teams and other things that had virtually vanished from the Castlemont campus when it was turned into a small school. So I really feel like this is bringing together two great pieces of two great schools. This is not a fly-by-night charter school. This is a charter school that's well established in our community. It's been here for many years. It's doing a good job of serving the student population that it has sought to serve. And then within the agreement, there are many things that I hope other charter schools will look at if they want similar agreements. And we adopted a rubric around how we're going to evaluate these long-term agreements, and this agreement scored very high. But here are some of the things that I think are notable. The charter school is agreeing that it will cap its enrollment at the current enrollment, and it will not petition us to increase enrollment. So to the point about taking students away, this agreement is not going to do that. The things that are important to me, there's a paragraph in there where they agree that they're going to use the design principles of the Collaborative for High-Performing Schools. They're going to work to abide by our policies around community engagement, local business utilization, labor, working with organized labor. They also there are some other things in there. I'm sorry, I don't have them all at the top of my head, but I find this to be a model of how we should be entering into long-term agreements if we're going to enter into long-term agreements. This does not mean that I will support every long-term agreement that comes along, but this is one. And also, I really like the fact that we're making an investment in Deep East Oakland. I have watched and supported my colleagues as you have done the work that you've been doing, particularly Directors Yee and Harris, and I'm really happy to be able to support you and support the Castlemont community. I think that when we make multi-million-dollar investments in our neighborhoods, the neighborhood notices, the neighborhood steps up, and I think that this is an agreement that will benefit both schools.
Thank you, Vice President London. I believe you, your comments, I share a lot of comments that you, some of the sentiment that you just shared, as well as Director Yee and Harris. I did have 2 questions and then a couple comments. I wanted to make sure that I understood the terms in terms of what would happen if the school is no longer in good standing. My understanding is if the school, it is a strong school at this point, a strong quality school at this point. If it comes to a point where it is not we deem that it is no longer a successful school and we don't renew the charter, then what happens to the school? The lease is, I believe that I heard that the lease breaks at that point. Could you confirm that?
That's right. If the charter school closes, then they don't have a right to the space.
But
anymore.
not just close, but so even if the charter school closes on our terms, if we do not renew the school because it's not a quality school at any point, what happens to the school?
You're saying if it, say that again, your question is if it's non-renewed.
If we don't renew the school.
And then it closes or doesn't close?
It does not close because I'm assuming that the appeal process will be different at that point.
Oh, if you've changed to the appeal process, it'll make it more, if we non-renew the charter, then the school would close. And so, because the appeal process is for the most part going to be going away with AB 1505, with a small provision for exceptions. And so if the charter school closes, then first we would look for a successor charter school. And then if there's no charter school that's interested in taking over the property and that debt, then we would take over the facility and take on the debt, and we could potentially surplus the property to pay off the debt, or we could occupy the property. And the other piece I mentioned was that there's a financial hardship provision in Prop 51 that if we qualify for financial hardship at the state, then those debt payments in that eventuality would be reduced or eliminated.
Okay, thank you. And then on my second question is about engagement, because I had received outreach that Castlemont teachers were not engaged. That was not my understanding. I had heard that there was engagements happening at the school site, so I wanted to make sure that those were announced to us so that we have a better understanding of the level of engagement at the school.
I'll ask Ms. Cifuentes to talk about the engagement.
Thanks.
Good evening, directors, superintendent. With regard to the engagement that occurred around Prop 51 at Castlemont, there was a series of engagements that started several months ago, in addition to the ongoing collaboration between Castlemont and LPS leadership that's been occurring over the last 5 years. But specific to Prop 51, I would say probably starting in the month of April, they started to have both members of the Castlemont and LPS leadership team coming together to explore the different elements of Prop 51 and kind of exploring the different impacts that it could have on the school. At that point, Castlemont leadership, including the principal, assistant principals, and different leaders on campus, both classified and certificated, came together to start making sense of how they would roll that out to their teaching staff. From there, they went and engaged with their teacher leads, so teachers from their pathways and other small learning communities. And they had several meetings throughout April and May to help them make meaning of these conversations and also just raise any questions or concerns and bring them back to the conversations that were happening between Castlemont leadership and LPS leadership. At a certain point throughout the process, district leadership, myself included, Deputy Chief Renteria, members of the LPS leadership team were also being briefed on some of the things that were coming up, questions, concerns that were coming up from the Castlemont staff and just broader community. And then at that point, teachers were engaged individually as well as in broader faculty meetings, settings. Subsequent to that, there were also outreach efforts to community. And prior to last week's board meeting, there was a community engagement as well, where Castlemont and LPS families were brought together to kind of start visioning out what the Prop 51 outcomes could look like for all students in East Oakland, but specifically focusing on Castlemont and LPS students. The other thing I will add is that the plan around community engagement is actually ongoing. So should the lease agreement be approved and the facilities work begin to happen around Prop 51, there are provisions and also just personal commitments amongst the leadership to continue to engage community, teachers, students at a much deeper level in an ongoing way to make sure that they're part of the design process and just can provide input as the work continues to move forward.
Great, thank you. So what I heard was there was several engagements over a period of time with the staff, and that is what my understanding was too, because part of the reason I understood the request to be coming late in the school year was that they wanted to make sure that there was robust engagement at the school site first prior to this being sunshined and brought directly to the board. And so it sounds like there's been several months that has been happening at the school site.
Correct.
Thank you. So I will also be supporting this this agreement. I echo a lot of what has already been shared. I do think when we approved the matrix for the long-term lease agreements a couple of months back, that this really does fit the bill in terms of there being an add value to the OUSD school and OUSD, as well as it makes sense in terms of just the facility needs as well. I do appreciate that they are capping enrollment at its current enrollment, and also the efforts around collaboration, not just programmatically, but also in terms of support. For example, I know earlier this year when there was a cut to the athletics program, that Leadership Public Schools stepped forward with a donation to the Castlemont athletics department to be able to provide and sustain athletics there at that campus. And I also appreciate that the population that is being served at LPS is much more akin to the populations that are being served in OUSD schools, as well as the assets that will be built in terms of early college, the early college center on the campus. So I will be supporting this Prop 51. I do think it is a model that we can be looking at in terms of there being a real asset to the school that is being impacted, and really appreciated also the presentation on the collaboration and the work that's going on at the Castlemont campus that was presented last week. So at this time, we will take public comment on this item. Oh, yes, and turn it over to Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
So I just wanted to appreciate both the work of Sonali and Yvette, Vanessa, as well as the leadership at both Castlemont and Leadership Public Schools. Obviously, this issue of district public schools, charter public schools is very complex. And I think a lot of the comments earlier really speak to the need for us to increase the accountability of charter schools as well as district schools, but we're focusing on the charter at this moment. One of the reasons I think this is exciting, obviously there's still a lot more work to do, is the fact that Leadership Public School is a community school. The majority of the kids, 90%, are coming from the neighborhood. 90% are graduating and graduating with college credits. And so the charter school actually is aligned to our mission and vision and what we're trying to do across our high schools. Behind the scenes, because it has been so, I don't know any other word, but toxic in terms of the debate between district and charter schools, there's been a lot of collaboration for multiple years, actually, between teachers, between leadership, Everyone is broke now in California in terms of resources. So a lot of creativity in terms of, if I get $5, how can we work together to figure out how to support students? Also, there have been a lot of hard conversation behind the scenes. Hey, you guys need to increase the number of newcomers that you are serving. How can you go about doing that? It's been one of the few schools that's actually stepped up and said, okay, yes, we do see that there is still a disproportionate amount of newcomers at Castlemont. Okay, what can we do? And so I'm not saying either school right now is perfect, but there is not the disproportionate demographics that honestly we do see in some of our other schools. They're both neighborhood schools. It is a quality program. If you've watched the renewal presentations over multiple years, you've seen sustained student achievement for all of the subgroups at this school. And so when we talk about wanting to give one of our charter schools some stability, so that we know, and the fact that the enrollment is going to be capped, that the long-term lease is aligned to the quality, and this particular charter is meeting that. So we look forward to continued conversations. We look forward to continued push and accountability to make sure that more schools are being successful across the schools. And I want to add that in no way are we committing to closing Castlemont. This is about being able to have a quality complex that's both a district public school and a charter public school. We just need to fundamentally start thinking differently about how we're going to have a quality public education system. I walked into this position, we have the charter schools that we do, and so together we need to figure out how we're going to make it work best for students. If you take a minute and you start talking to students, which I do, they are tired of this rhetoric. They are wanting us to figure this out on their behalf. And so it's time that we do that. We continue to need to think about what are going to be the financial implications, and I think those are good questions that community should be asking, but we also need to be thinking about the quality as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Schmel. At this time, we'll take public comment on this item.
Okay, the speakers on this item are Mike Hutchinson, Eddie Dillard, Nick Ochempenti, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Jabari Herbert, Kim Davis, Deidre Snyder or Sater. Those are the speakers.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jabari Herbert. I'm a member of the Castlemont community. I wanted to thank both staff and the superintendent for the work brought into this process. I started my work by way of Pacific Charter School, and I can recall 3 years ago pleading with you guys to allow Pacific Charter School to hire a consultant to apply on the district behalf for the Prop 51 pot, the district pot that was undersubscribed. It didn't happen. There was new leadership. It was a missed opportunity. I think clearly tonight represents not missing this opportunity. There was a community meeting in West Oakland on the state of black education, and it was deplorable. So to hear that there is going to be, something that changes the outcome of those who have A through G requirements that look like my kids is tremendous. And I think this is the step in the right direction. I understand partnerships. I'm wearing a shirt from Meta. I've been on that board for 15 years. We've gotten federal funding to do Promised Neighborhood, one of only 2 west of the Mississippi. 2 years following the Obama administration, they've got funding from Trump administration. So that's to service the Latino community in the Mission District, believe it or not. So I know how partnerships should work, what they need to look like. I think LPS made sure that the citywide plan
Sorry,
was
but your
adopted.
time is up. Thank you for using our service. Goodbye.
I believe that was Director Gonzalez, not you, Mr. Herbert.
Okay, well, that's okay. For those who decided to stay, I appreciate the support of this item. Thank you very much.
My name is Ed Dillard, and I'd like to congratulate you for making a wise decision on this project. I think the utilization of the state funds that will help this school develop is a tremendous opportunity for this board to take advantage of. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dillard.
Hello, my name is Nick Ochapinti. I want to thank to all the district for doing work on, I guess, being a part of the process of bringing this conversation together. Obviously, not just from comments tonight, but in a larger political climate, last 20 years, we've seen that charter schools and public schools create a lot of questions and a lot of hard decisions, sometimes questionable decisions. And it's not an easy job for a school board to take on those decisions and a school district, all stakeholders. But I do want to acknowledge that that work is our work, because charter schools are a part of our districts in our country. I am a teacher at Castlemont. I just joined on this year, and so seeing the kind of work that we have in our hands in Deep East Oakland is not, I want to say easy work, but it's great work. It's beautiful work to be a part of. And so seeing that come to fruition is a big part of what I think everybody who's trying to be a part of that and wants to be a part of that see come to life. A few of the things I think I want to acknowledge is, one, the work that everybody's putting in, because it's not easy to be on any side of the issue. I don't think there actually are sides when it comes to students. We're educators. Our job is education. So if we're not dedicated to that as a core, we're not doing our job. The second part of that is being responsible about the decisions we make in furthering that mission. And a couple of things I do want to point out is, like, our leadership at Castlemont, I do have confidence in. I do have confidence in our school district. I do think things get kind of, I don't know, it gets hard when it comes to contracts. Numbers are important, right? We're discussing these things all year, right? State budget, bad loans, those are the kind of things I think you have to be really careful about. 30 years is a long way down the line, and we're looking at climate change and these things. It's kind of hard to budget our perspective in terms of 5 and 10 years. So I would say that, even with respect to the work we're doing, to be very careful about that. And if we want our students to have investment and buy-in, which they do, in the work we're doing as a community, as an entire campus, to create that investment and buy-in by helping give them ownership in that conversation. Because it is late in the year, it's mid-June. So I would say, I would encourage to revisit this in the fall when you have more buy-in, because you get a lot more momentum and investment and build with that. So thank you for the consideration.
Thank you.
Ishmael Hernandez, speaking on behalf of OEA. I think, there are some good things in this deal, particularly around the enrollment cap. But I do want to highlight, I think that one of the things that is the disconnect in this, and it's what we heard from staff and what we hear from the board, is the issue around engagement. I spoke to over 10 Castlemont teachers I called today, well, between last week and now, including teachers at LPS, and there was a lack of engagement with teachers. It wasn't until the last faculty council meeting of the year where they were told about this. And so I think the disengagement, or the disconnect between what you consider engagement and communicating with teachers, is what leads to a lot of this friction. And until we can set that straight and come to an agreement on how engagement works, then I think that friction is going to continue to get hotter. The second part is around not just this issue here at LPS, but going forward, I think this was very clear, is that this is a different OEA. It's not the OEA of the past. We are going to take privatization on going forward, and we're going to take the fight to the billionaires and to the privatizers. And so this is just the beginning of our campaign. Prop 39 next year, we plan to come earlier and harder, and we hope that that you would come along with us to prevent the destruction of our district. There are too many charter schools in this district, and it's hurting kids. And we are taking a stand, and I think you're seeing that more and more with our teachers in this district and with our families. And so we invite you to come along with us.
Thank you.
Hello. I believe nothing I say here is going to change your mind, but I have 2 minutes. I also believe you're trying to do the right thing, so I just want to talk about accountability instead of call names. Just to give you some context about myself, I was a graduate of a charter school, and some of the numbers you mentioned, yeah, they're great. Higher graduation rates, better retention, that's fantastic. But at what cost? Oakland is bleeding and closing elementary schools, bleeding teachers, and you're going to end up with generations of ill-served children if some investor portfolio decides that education is no longer a profitable endeavor. And so I just want to talk about accountability one more time. When we ask for some numbers, because we need a narrative around charter schools, there are tons of studies out there all over the US that show how charter schools have decimated public education systems. And so when we talk about accountability and we're asking the charter schools, the people that have the most to gain from selling us certain numbers, to give us those numbers, I find it really hard to trust them. And my hope is when we elect you, you're going out there and looking for those numbers so that you can hit them with the hard questions, because frankly, they have a profit motive to give you numbers that sound good. And I'm not here for a profit motive, I'm here for a quality education in Oakland. So I'm from a charter school. I watched as principals used it as a career launching pad and abandon our school year after year. I watched teachers burn out and bleed out. I watched policy pass across the nation that limits school days to 3 or 4 days because teachers can't handle being at school. So the last thing I want to mention is, you know who supports charter schools unabashedly? The Rand Corporation. People funded by the Koch brothers, a corporation that produced Henry Kissinger. These are the ideologues that you're aligning yourselves with right now. And I don't think you want to put special kids in closets, and I don't think you want that to be your legacy. So please, real accountability. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. Just from what we heard in the discussion today, it's really troubling that the board members don't even understand all the conditions of a 40-year lease. It's been clear from this discussion that moving to this lease instead of Prop 39 will cost the district, we just heard, $5.5 million in lost revenue. We also heard that you cannot renegotiate this lease, that this is a 40-year lease. We also heard that if you vote to close the charter school, or the new board next year votes to close the charter school, or if they default on their loan, that OUSD is going to be held responsible. It's offensive to have a district employee then stand up here and say, but then you can surplus the property. This is property right in the middle of Castlemont High School. You are giving away our public land, our public resource, to a private charter school that we have no control over what decisions they make. It's great if we have a good relationship with them now. Who's their new leadership going to be? I know for a fact that the teaching staff at Castlemont was not engaged with, but that's really not the issue. Because to me, they're district employees, and a teacher can go teach at another school. But nobody seemed to mention that there's been no community engagement. This is a legacy property. This is one of our 6 traditional high schools. That high school's been there 100 years. And for you to decide to put a charter school right in the middle of it and allow them to build a new building at a time when you're telling our public school families that we have too many facilities and that you need to close them, and you don't seem to see any cognitive dissonance in that. It's offensive to say, well, somebody had to go get the money because the public traditional schools weren't doing that. That's your job to do that for the public schools. So what we've seen is you won't go and get extra resources for our public schools, but you'll give away our public resources to the charter schools. Just like we remember who in 2012 voted for school closures, this vote will stay with you, and I guarantee no higher office after you do this. We're going to make sure everyone knows, because they don't now. And if you vote today without answering the questions that you had and you heard staff couldn't answer, it shows that you don't really care about answers to those questions, that this is all a game, and something else is driving this need to get this done right now.
Purcell, member of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Needs. There was a question last week when this came up about LPS joining the OUSD SELPA, and that seems to have fallen by the wayside. I was wondering if there's going to be any follow-up on that.
There is being follow-up. I was the one that asked the question, and staff got to me yesterday about the fact that they're still working on that.
Kim Davis, parent. It's clear to me that you're going to approve this, so this isn't really about whether or not we should have a lease, but rather I'm concerned because this is the first of the Prop 51 leases that is coming before this board, And I think we need to be really clear on the terms. I sent a letter to some of you about my concerns with the lease. I think it's longer than it needs to be. That's, you know, one thing I think multiple parties have brought up. The restructuring it to 15 years, and then 10 years kind of started to address it. I think the last 10-year term is probably unnecessary. If the school is successful at the end of that term, there would be no reason for you not to then give them a new lease. So I'm not really clear why we're doing that, especially at a time when we are closing schools. This is a new building. This is not rehabbing existing buildings. And so ultimately, LPS is going to be moving into this new building, leaving the space that they had and leaving Castlemont exposed to further co-location by a different charter school. But, you know, this agreement is not well drafted. One of the things that really was frustrating to me was this discussion in here about having the 1% oversight fee. An oversight fee is not the same thing as a facilities use fee, and it doesn't belong in this document, and the way this pay an additional yearly fee makes it very, very confusing. More importantly, as we heard, LPS is going to be paying $3 million on a 40-year lease. That's a long, long time for $3 million. And I looked up what LPS is paying now under Prop 39. It's $115,000 a year. Under this agreement, for the first, I think, 35 years of the lease, they're going to be paying about $20,000. So about 20% of what they're paying currently. If this is actually, if you're giving them time, a long-term lease in order to allow them to pay off the lease in 30 years, then the lease should go up significantly at the end of their repayment period, which it does not. It still is less than Prop 39. You guys cannot afford to give away facilities. So you need to rethink that.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I submitted a card, and I'm not clear that my name was turned. Can I have
Go ahead, Mr. Mordecai.
Thank you. Okay, so there are a lot of things there. One of them that came to mind was whether or not the 1% or 3% for rental, and my understanding of the law, there's some type of language that says that if you're provided with facilities, then you can charge the higher oversight fee of 3%. So it does belong in the contract. I think that's there. The big picture is not necessarily this particular lease. The big picture is that we're in an ideological fight whether or not we should privatize public schools. And this is how you go about doing it, and as soon as you put a shiny new building in a campus and you have deteriorating buildings that you can't fix up, hey, let the parents make the choice. You want to go to the nice shiny one or you want to go to the rundown one? Duh, it's an advantage. Who are you? You're supposed to be the trustees that are trying to protect. So if you were an aggressive trustees that are protecting the assets, you would have to turn this down. Now, you're taking some other type of thing. Well, we'll partnership. But, you know, it's a partnership, but like you're making a partnership with the devil. You're selling your soul. Because the money aspect of it is there's some alluring things that seem like it there. But the one thing that was missing when I tried to read the documents was I didn't see, and maybe somebody said it comes later, where is the, gosh, what's the name of it? Where is the year by year how this place is going to pay for it? Now, James is not going to put his properties up if whoever promises to come up with the money disappears. So who's going to pay the money? Where is it in writing? Can the public see how they're going to be able to afford this? I can't find that. Maybe you can put that out. That's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Ms. Floyd, could we have a roll call, please, on this item?
Yes.
On the roll call, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
No.
Director Gonzalez,
No.
Director Harris, Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. At this time, I forgot to announce this earlier, but at this time, we are going to recess the regular meeting. We do have a special meeting that's noticed for a memorandum of understanding if this item had passed, which it did just pass. So at this point, we're meeting. All right, we're ready to reconvene the regular board meeting. We are on, Ms. Floyd, can we have a roll call? Or,
On the attendance roll call, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes, present.
Director Yee, Director Torres,
This is an attendance roll call.
Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
here.
Quorum is present.
Thank you.
Director Ng, I'd like to make a motion to extend this meeting until 11 p.m.
Okay, well, we have only one item left, so hopefully we do not need to move on to that, but last one will be quick.
Is there a second?
Is there a second for that? I will second it. We are on new business, item T1. This is a presentation on the Western Association of Schools and Colleges Accreditation Status Report. To present on this item, it looks like we have Mr. Preston Thomas and Ms. Lucia Moritz.
All right, good evening, directors. Preston Thomas, the High School Network Superintendent and transitioning out to be the Chief Systems and Services Officer for the district. And with me tonight is Dr. Lucia Moritz, who's the Deputy High School Superintendent. One of the things that, just at the request of the board and the superintendent, going back about 4 years ago when I came in as the High School Network Superintendent, there were several situations around WASC accreditation that were happening across the district. We had 2 schools that were in probation, Oakland Tech and Fremont, and 1 school that was not accredited. And at the request of the board and the superintendent, we committed to an annual update of where we were around the process of accreditation. And I just wanted to share briefly with you why the accreditation is so critical for schools. The accreditation and the process that WASC goes through, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, validates actually a school's academic program and allows their transcripts to be valid for UCs and CSU colleges for students to transfer over. And so one of the people that was foundational in this work and getting things up and started was Pam Watson, who was the principal at Fremont and then transitioned to do some support with us around building the systems of support for school. And then that's been picked up by Lucia, myself, Paul Coe, and Vanessa Cifuentes, that the executive directors and supervision team actually lead that process with principals and school sites. And so there is a presentation, I don't know, is it loaded? Oh, okay. Where we are today is the process with WASC, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, comes in and they require the school community to do a deep investigation of the academic program at the school, which requires them to bring in engaged community, teachers, and the school site in the review of the school program. To date, we have 6 schools, I think, that have gone through the accreditation process, and Dr. Moritz will share with you a little bit about that process.
The WASC accreditation process is actually a pretty intense process that the school goes through throughout the year. So the first part is it's really important that they engage all the stakeholders.
And so usually what we do, we go into a school and we actually backwards map a timeline. We have a team in place and we backwards map dates for engagement with the entire school community. And that's a really critical piece of the process. They can tell right away if you've engaged your community or not. And then second, they deeply look at what's your purpose and what are the outcomes you're trying to get for kids. And they do a self-study. And it's a pretty intense study where they go through and they really analyze, okay, what's working, what's not working, what's the evidence of what we're saying is working. And then with those stakeholders, they actually come up with an action plan and set goals moving forward. And then the WASC committee actually comes out and does a 3-day visit where they go into as many classrooms as they can. They meet with teachers, they meet with students, they meet with leadership, they meet with district leadership, and then they write up their findings at the end. And it's an ongoing process of continuing to look back at those goals. So even the single plan for student achievement, for the high schools, they actually link in their WASC goals so that they're actually looking and monitoring progress. And this year we've had all of our schools who went through it had the 6-year accreditation, which is the highest level that you can get. So we had Tech, Street, Rudsdale, Oakland High, CCPA, I believe, went through it. And even the year before, all our schools got 6-year accreditation status as well. And one highlight was I try to go to as many as I possibly can, but I was at the Rudsdale WASC accreditation, and I've never seen this before in any of my WASC accreditation visits, but the team, when they were presenting out the WASC team, one of them almost was in tears because they were so moved by the incredible work that they were seeing, and they said out of 17 visits that they've done, it was the most powerful work that they've seen in schools, and the person on the committee actually made a choice to end up becoming an administrator in an alt-ed setting. So I think there's been really incredible work done by our school leaders, by our teachers, and different community stakeholders to really transform the process of WASC and make it feel like something that's meaningful as well for the school.
I was just going to highlight that, you know, one of the things that's really exciting about it, similar to what Lucia was sharing, is Oakland High, the WASC team from 6 years ago, the head came back to go and see the improvements of the school and was just incredibly impressed with the work that the team had done on the ground. And so really excited by the work that's happening. And next year, there'll be 2 sites that are moving forward through the WASC process, and it's kind of a down year for us. So there's only 2 schools. I think it's Life Academy and MPA. And so, you know, just really wanted to update you. I think that we're really excited by the process, and just, and as Gary knows very well, is that like the Measure N process does a lot of the deep root cause analysis and planning that schools have to go through. So like they're constantly going through these cycles, and we do feel like that process is supporting the WASC accreditation process at the school sites. Good. Any questions?
Colleagues, does anybody have any comments? Oh, Director Ng, you're here. Sorry. Director Harris.
Just quickly, yeah, this. Thank you. It's nice to see this come full circle. When we had the idea of doing these annual reports, we were a bit panicked about Madison Park Academy, who didn't have it. But I was particularly excited to talk to Principal Thompson about his reflection on the visit, and the whole team was like, we never expected it. So we're very hard on ourselves here in Oakland, but apparently when the people from WASC come, they are very impressed with what they see. So that was a real highlight. And then just reflecting again on the highlight, even in the emergency situation, talking to the guy and the lady at WASC, they were saying the school is amazing, right? The community is amazing. And so that is a common reflection. And so appreciating the schools for doing the work necessary to receive this kind of accreditation. And just a big thanks to the superintendent's crew for following up. And I think this is a nice value add to every year, just kind of get a sense of what WASC is, who's in queue for next year, and a reflection on what happened this year. But so thank you for leading that work. Lucia and Preston, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Superintendent.
Thank you, Director Harris. Vice President London.
Yeah, I want to just echo Director Harris's comments and also thank you. I have been now through several WASC processes, particularly at Oakland Tech, and there was a big disappointment a few years ago when they got a kind of a provisional WASC accreditation, and I think it was a great learning opportunity for the school and the school community. I've participated as a board member, as a parent in this process, and I think I'm really glad to see the two of you working on this and really being able to help all of the schools learn from each other about how to best present to WASC, because what you described happening at Redsdale, Dr. Moritz, I think happens at other schools as well. And I think it's really powerful. And for those who aren't familiar, the folks who come out to do the accreditation, this is, I guess, for the TV audience at home, are educators from other schools. And I think there's actually some obligations. If you're going to do this, you have to participate. And it's a great opportunity also for our staff to be able to go out and be on a WASC team and learn from what's happening in other districts. So I really like the process, and I'm really excited that we're really getting smarter about helping all of our schools do really well in it. Thank you.
Director Yee.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the great results. I'm curious, in your interaction with the WASC teams as they come, are they aware of the transformation of our high school experience to career academies, and what's their opinion about this? Do they find resistance, or they're questioning it, or are they looking for this for their own schools?
That's a great question. I think that one of the things that is a signature across most of the WASC visits is the level of teamness that exists within the pathways is a signature feature that a lot of them are noting. And so a lot of them are using this as a professional development opportunity for them to come and see other districts and how they're implementing different strategies. And the linked learning piece is something that is being lifted up by the WASC teams, and is part of the reason why I do feel like the schools are being so successful in these WASC visits.
Because I think the WASC assessment tool was not actually aligned with linked learning. And so there have been actually shifts in WASC in that direction?
Absolutely. And one of the things that's actually really great for the network is a lot of the principals, we have a shared drive where all the school reports are all together in the same place. And so there's a lot of cross-learning from the school sites on how to put together the WASC visits, how to write the reports, how to create kind of an experience that's a deep inquiry for the school. So we're seeing a lot of shared best practices across the high school network in general.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for the presentation and the update. Look forward to the update next year. This time we are moving on to our last item, which is item T2. Is there a motion to approve item T2?
Second.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. Is there any board questions or comments on this item? Is there any public comment on this item? Ms. Floyd, can we have a roll call on this item, please?
Yes, on the roll call, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Harris. Vice President London. President Ng.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Is there a motion to adopt the People Discipline Consent Report?
So moved.
Moved by Director Yee. Is there a second? I will second it. Is there any questions or comments by the board or the public on People Consent Report? Seeing none, Ms. Floyd, can we have a roll call for item V?
On the roll call to adopt the Pupil Discipline Consent Report, Director Harris. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Vice President London. President Ng.
Yes.
The consent report is adopted.
Thank you. Do we have any board member reports for tonight? Director Hinton Hodge?
And so I've kind of asked the president and the vice president to figure out a way to squeeze in before June, and I think they said no to me, but August, Comcast has done, their Comcast Care Days, and they did a big piece at Ralph Bunch. And so come August, early August, I'd like to be able to just do, a 10-minute really appreciation to them. And then just to note that, our principal from Ralph Bunch, Miss Betsy Steele, who's been just really instrumental in, the restorative justice work and also helping to build out an incredible pathway around culinary arts, is actually retiring and will not be there. And so we're looking at like new leadership that's at Ralph Bunch. But if any of you all were able to like be a part of the culinary arts program and check it out, I think I'm to the superintendent and other folks, I would like to make sure we rally around that and it becomes a really sustainable piece. They're delayed around building out their kitchen. So I think the staff will be able to move forward the DSA kind of plans like as soon as we get back in August. But no, I just wanted to like note one, great leadership is moving on, but for me it's always that question around like, you know, it's not about the people, right? At times it's about what they embed in other folks and just the spirit and the value inside that school. So always excited about Ralph Bunch. And then I will get a chance to celebrate them a little bit if you don't mind in August. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board member report? Vice President London.
I just want to report that last Saturday I hosted a town hall meeting in North Oakland to talk about the citywide plan and the schools that we operate. I want to thank the superintendent for making time to be there, as well as some other members of our staff, and also the folks from Bay Area Nonviolent Communication who facilitated a very interesting and challenging meeting. And there's a lot more work to do. It was very evident that there's a big need in my district for more community-wide conversations and opportunities for different school communities to meet one another and be in communication with one another. I don't know, you know, and I'll be following up with the superintendent and her staff about how we move forward, but it was really, really fascinating. And then I also just want to, you know, say to all the kids who are out there on summer break, have fun, make sure you read every day, and, you know, take advantage of it all.
Thank you. Any other board member report? All right. Introduction of new legislative matter.
I just wanted to get a check-in around new legislative matter that I brought forward around the bond stuff.
Oh, Director Hinton Hodge, thank you. At the Facilities Committee meeting this Friday, we will be addressing, I think, almost item for item, the topics that you identified. Okay. So thank you very much. If you look on that agenda, you'll see your memo is published several times.
Okay.
So it's definitely
I saw
getting...
the announcement of the agenda. I did not look at it.
It's definitely getting... it will get a lot of attention. Director Yee and Director Torres and I will be looking at it and bringing forward, hopefully, some more recommendations.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you.
Director Harris?
Yes, I shared the text of a resolution brought to me by the PSAC committee who was here tonight, the LCAP PSAC committee, and hope to have this on the agenda. I think it is appropriate given the discussion we had. I won't read the entirety of it, but it's a resolution by the LCAP PSAC to improve the engagement, the LCAP engagement and approval process. The main goal of it is to align the development of the budget of the LCAP so advice from the committees has impact, to provide information in a timely and complete manner so that the advisory committees can fulfill their role, to seek feedback proactively for changes to the LCAP, and to provide information in the LCAP that connects the site and district decisions for investment. And then there's a piece that part of the collaboration was also formally asking the superintendent's team to bring forward a draft of the LCAP and budget in May versus June. So that's there for your consideration. I just want to thank the PSAC team for working on that, led by Ms. Molina and most of the folks that you saw here presenting tonight. Just appreciate the work, and that resolution is what I wanted to bring forward this evening.
Okay, thank you, Director Harris. Have you sent that to everybody at Mixed Rakestraw? Okay, it seems like that would make most sense to schedule that on the date of the public hearing on the 24th, June 24th, for first read. Okay, thank you. Any other new legislative matter? This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.